pregame, and we're going to get this party started a little early here. Florida Gateway coming into this with a 14-1 record. Hesston a 12-3 mark. So definitely two teams that have had success this season. We'll see if Florida Gateway can hoist another trophy as they won the inaugural NJCAA tournament last season.
And a lot of people are going to probably look at this as a mismatch because, again, Gateway has filled their schedule up with NAIA schools versus the Larks, which have done a lot more NJCAA, a little bit of teams NAIA here and there, but, you know, Gateway has been on another level.
Absolutely, and we have a two-back set here for Hesston to start. Phillips takes the snap, looking, rolling. She's trying to get around the rusher, rolling to her left. She's going to try to take off, and the flag is going to be pulled over the marker. A missed pull there by the Timberwolves defense gives the first down to the Larks.
It'll be interesting to see how much Kaylee Phillips will run in this game today. Normally, she's a mobile quarterback. She likes to take off with the football, but occasionally we have seen her throw some deep balls in the right situations and if the right scenarios and routes play off. So, you know, depending on what the Larks are going to feel like today, we're going to really see what's going to happen.
Motion for the Larks. Phillips takes it, rolls to her right, had trips to the far side. She jukes around and loses the football. Dead ball there, going to lose a few yards on it. That is an interesting idea, though, that we just saw. Two different formations, two different plays, trying to see if maybe you can get the Timberwolves maybe out of position, create some favorable matchups.
It is a possibility, and again, you have to be very careful how you present that because, again, now you're facing second down, and you got to get to the 40 to gain. So that now hurts your chances because you do need to pick up a good sizable chunk to keep the chains moving.
Phillips takes the snap, looking over the middle, rolls to her right, throws, and that's a caught ball there, and a very quick flag pull there by Michaela Brown, and I believe that's Mackenzie Fillion. That's going to get a few yards back there, but not much there for Phillips to see downfield. Obviously, Florida Gateway doing a great job of covering it up on the back end. Full stable sidecar left and right. Phillips takes the snap, looks, dances around, rolls to her left. She's going to take off for it again. Missed flag pull there, but Florida Gateway's there to clean it up. Looks like it was Destiny Lockett there on the pull. That's going to bring up, I think that's fourth down. Yep, it is. I see the down marker there.
And just an excellent job by Lockett, just the vision to get there quickly to pull the flag, and that's one of the reasons why she's going to be playing with the Thomas University Nighthawks next year. Already made that commitment announcement. Is that's the kind of players that you need to just be zoned in, tuned in, figure out what you need to do to get this thing happening. And right now, Gateway with a great stop.
It's Lockett again on the catch there, tries to go back, and is going to be pulled short of the midfield marker. That's a nice place. That's definitely a place where we see a little bit of a difference there in the growth of the game at the NAIA level. You see a lot of these NAIA teams actually downing it right there instead of trying to go for into the next quadrant.
It's a flag football IQ play. I mean, like, you want to make sure you're giving yourself the best opportunity to gain the best yards. And unlike regular football, which is 10 yards from wherever you spot it, these are already boxed off increments of 20 yards. So as soon as you cross the line, that's it. It's a first down, like a checkpoint.
Lockett in motion. Over the top goes Smith. Goes back on the pitch and gets a few more yards. Nicely played there. That's going to be number 6, Janair Shahid, on the grab. Looks like Gateway's starting off with two quarterbacks trying to mess with the Hesston defense a little bit, trying to get them out of position.
And again, just take it slow. Looks like they're going for the option routes early on. Just get a couple of chunky yardage and make them work for it.
Smith takes a snap, rolls to her right, throws, and that is batted out of bounds. Pass breakup there, looks like by Liliana Espinoza, the freshman from Galva, Kansas. Nice job to stick the hand in there and break that one up. That was a well-thrown ball.
But even a better job by Kyra Steps to just be in that position, waiting for that throw and anticipating that that's where Gateway wanted to go on that play.
My bad, that was steps on the pass breakup. Second down here. Balanced gun for Smith and the Timberwolves. Takes the snap, looking. She's going to go deep and finds no one in particular. A miscommunication there, I believe, between Smith and her receiver. Bring up an early third down for the Timberwolves. Call that 3rd and 17.
If we had to take a guess, and I mean, again, it's tough to try to determine how many yards that will be when you don't have even 5-yard hash marks.
Look, I think it's mowed in 5-yard increments.
Well, I guess if you look at the pitch.
Yep. Back. Looking downfield. Toss and caught ball. 2 receivers in the area. It's going to be short, but, man, that could have gone very poorly for Florida Gateway. They got lucky they had 2 receivers in the area and 1 caught it.
And again, it's about the positioning and how the play developed. It looked like it was a slightly broken play. Again, anytime a quarterback rolls out to the left, it's usually not by design unless if something broke down and her primary receiver was not open.
Empty backfield for the Timberwolves. 4th down and 1.5. Very flat across the board for Hesston. We're going to have a timeout here. By Hesston, we're going to step away real quick, and we'll be right back with more action for the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. And we are coming back, a return to action here. A 4th down and a long one. As Florida Gateway comes out in kind of a partial bunch formation, takes the snap, direct snap to Lockett. Lockett gets over the line for the 1st down. A nice direct snap there, a classic short yardage play in flag.
And it was one of those things, too, where you had to anticipate Gateway getting that 1st down. If they didn't get that 1st down, that would have been a huge stop for the Larks. And right now, Hesston, in red zone defense, going to have to look to try to make a big stop.
So 1st and goal from the 19-yard line. 3 receivers to the bottom, 1 up top, sidecar left here. Takes the snap, rolling to her right, looking, throws, caught ball. And she's dancing, trying to find a few more yards, almost gets through. That's going to be Tramisha Harris on the catch there. And quarterback there, Ainsley Littles, I believe. Not seeing Smith out there on that play.
Yeah, and I think, too, again, with this being a series, I think there's a little bit more flexibility in terms of who you can have out there. And, again, not just making sure the players have reps, but also having that opportunity and luxury to make adjustments as you see fit and whatever's going to work for the play.
Yeah, as we see some some lineup manipulation there. Michaela Brown goes out, takes the snap to Smith, looking deep. She rolls out to her right. That's going to be an interception there for Hesston. Again, Kyra Steps doing a great job there reading the quarterback's eyes.
Yeah, and already the sophomore from Wichita, Kansas, really stepping up defensively, just being in the right position at the right time, just eyeing it. And that's what Hesston's defense has been doing so far in this 1st quarter. Very impressed with the composure that the Larks have had this far. And to that point as well, Gateway really doesn't look like they're 100% at this point in time, but they're going to look to try to make some adjustments on the sidelines.
Reminiscent of last year's game, honestly, where Gateway took a while to get going. Twins for Phillips as she dances around, tries to find something she's going to take off. She's going to be met by a duo of Timberwolves, and let's see where they spot it. They're going to give her the first.
Yeah, and I imagine, too, Gateway's going to continue to send that double pressure just to force Phillips to run a little bit more. But at the same time, too, you could also try to contain Phillips and see if to force her to make that pass. Because, again, her option is to run first and then pass. But if Gateway can just continue to find a way to send the double pressure and contain, we'll see.
And that is exactly what they do. And it's going to be a pass broken up there, Mackenzie Fillion. Just a nice job there bringing the blitz from Florida Gateway and forcing Kaylee Phillips to make a quick decision there. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do, partner, just as you said. And we see that there's another blitz, and it's going to be off to the running back. Pull there by Michaela Brown. Not much gained there by the Larks.
And the officials look like they've confirmed that that pass did get off in time.
It's one thing we were talking about yesterday. These flags have a very satisfying pop. So if you're calling this from the ground level, you can keep your eyes focused on whether the quarterback has let go of the ball and let your ears do the work on whether it's a sack.
Sometimes it could be a delayed sound, though.
Phillips rolling to her right, looking downfield, and that is picked off. The tip drill goes back Florida Gateway's way, and they've got green grass in front of them, and the first points of this game 2 are going to be scored by Tramisha Harris on the pick 6.
Great interception there by Phillips. Again, just reading the ball carefully. When you look back, Kaylee Phillips looked like when she was rolling to the right, she had a receiver open, but sometimes it's the unfortunate dropsies or you just can't handle it. And unlucky bounce, Gateway had 2 opportunities to get the pick, and they got it.
Smith throws it back, and that's going to be a pass lofted in and almost picked off in the end zone there. No good on the PAT. But yeah, you are absolutely correct on that. But great job by Florida Gateway to set that up and have the pitch man actually available. I don't know if you saw that up top where they had that available. But Florida Gateway scratches the scoreboard first, a 6-0 lead with 2:12 left in this opening quarter of play.
But despite that interception, now you start to wonder because, again, Kaylee Phillips, she got to her receivers, but if Hesston doesn't find a way to continue to secure these catches, that's going to be more reason for Phillips to not trust her receivers and take off with the ball.
She's rolling right, gets it away, and that's a caught ball. And a missed flag pull, and again, it's going to be Kyra Steps using those hips and dips to get a explosive play, getting through a whole quadrant and crossing into Timberwolf territory.
Who says Kyra Steps is only a defensive mastermind? Offensively, she can move the ball as well, find the receivers, and again, like you alluded to, partner, hips and dips her way for the first down and finds a way to give that Hesston Larks team a spark.
3 receivers to the top, sidecar right. Phillips calls for the snap. She's looking, dancing, rolling to her right, rolling back left, gets it back off to a running back. And it's going to be a short gain, about a 4-yarder. It's going to get down to about the 35-yard line, going to be second down here.
Yeah, and usually that's part of the design. Lizzie Hines just right there as a security blanket in case all else fails. You draw the defense towards you if you're Kaylee Phillips. You find a way to draw just enough. You pitch it back over to Hines, and she's able to get you a couple more yards.
3 receivers to the near side as Phillips takes the snap and rolls right, looking. Goes left and right, and that's going to be a caught ball again by who else but Kyra Steps. And she gets a nice gain here. It's going to be 3rd down and short. And we're going to have a timeout here by Florida Gateway to kind of figure out what's going on and who's covering steps and who's making sure that they've got their hands on that flag and pulling it.
Yeah, very successful drive so far by the Larks. They just continuing to find ways to move it down the field, and it's uncanny for them right now because they've been doing that all season, but against a team like Gateway, which they've only seen for the first time this season, heading into Atlanta, it's now this is a huge adjustments. And one of the things we've talked about off air is right now Hesston, in a matter of speaking, has a little bit of an advantage because they reflected from their 26-13 loss yesterday and tried to make some adjustments. And all it took was just finding the right drive opportunity to get through there and find ways to take advantage of a Gateway defense that has been known to have a few pockets open. But at the end of the day, now Gateway seeing what's going on and the new adjustments by Hesston. So now got to try to regroup here and see if they can continue to preserve this goose egg that's on the board.
Yeah, and for the Gateway defense, I think you have to make a choice. Are you going to commit to trying to make Kaylee Phillips focus down on the rush and lose sight of what's downfield? Or are you going to sit back and see if Kaylee Phillips can make a pass into a tight window?
Well, I mean, ultimately it depends on what's going to be her weaker side, and that's what Gateway's going to focus on forcing her to do.
Bunch formation here. 3rd down and 3 for the Larks. That's going to be a direct snap back to Phillips. Phillips throws it out, caught ball. That's going to be a 1st down caught by who else but Kyra Steps, and they are into the red zone for the first time today.
Personally, I am a little bit timid when I see teams try to do trickery plays like that, especially when they're that close, because a lot can go wrong if there's a drop pass or if somebody breaks through the backfield and you can't anticipate what's going to happen through that. But there for Hesston, everything worked perfectly. They were able to get out to the side, and now they're in the red zone.
And that's going to be the end of the first quarter here. Your score after 1 quarter of play. Florida Gateway 6, Hesston 0. We will be back with more NJCAA action here at the 2024 Women's Flag Finals powered by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And welcome back to the Women's Flag Finals. Hesston knocking on the door, takes a snap, does Phillips, rolls back to her left. She's going to see if she can find some yardage, gets around a few defenders, and she's going to make a nice gain, about 8 or so yards, going to bring up 2nd and goal from about the 12-yard line.
Good read there that time, just waiting for the play to develop and see how Gateway was going to bring their double rush. And the way the blocking was positioned between Hines being able to cut towards that right side to allow Phillips to just scoop underneath on that left bootleg and pick up the extra yards puts Hesston right now in really good position.
Sidecar left for the Larks, takes the snap to Phillips. Phillips looked to throw, got one there, a few yards there. That's caught by Liliana Espinoza. Nice, simple throw there to gain a few yards. Put yourself in a more advantageous position on 3rd down. Obviously, at this point, it's 4-down territory for the Larks. You've got a couple of plays to play with to try to see if you can put yourself in a situation that you like. Trips to the bottom side of the field. Florida Gateway in a little bit of chaos to start the play as Phillips, left, right, goes back to her right, looking, gets the corner, has one to beat and cannot beat her. That's going to be number 4, Destiny Lockett, on the pull there. Found the flag of the shifty Phillips.
I'm not exactly sure what the design behind that play was that was drawn up just now. You have receivers that are a lot of ins and outs on that play, but it didn't look like it was effective in terms of finding an open receiver, and as a result, Phillips just trying to scramble again to make something out of nothing.
4 yards to pay dirt on 4th down. Phillips takes the snap, rolls to her left, and she is sacked on the play. It's going to be number 6, Shainara Shahid, on the sack and denies Hesston a place on the scoreboard. Florida Gateway takes over from the 10-yard line here, 1st and 10.
And tell me, Corey, that end of quarter break for head coach Ricky Huffey to talk to his team didn't pay off, to know what they needed to do defensively and just to scope out what Hesston was trying to draw up to force them to really be stagnant in goal line offense.
You are 100% correct. Couldn't have come at a better time. Balanced gun for the Timberwolves. Takes a snap to Smith. Looks, fires, caught ball, and almost finds a gap in the middle there. The flag pulled there by Zalia Bobrin, the sophomore from Palmetto, Florida. Nice pickup, but a good pull there to make sure that she didn't get an explosive play.
And a just impressive job again. Right now, Gateway, you're up 6-0. Don't have to rush too much, but you definitely want to make sure you get that 1st down.
Smith fakes the pass, rolls right, caught ball, comes back in bounds, and a nice pull there by Hesston, keeping it short. Doesn't look like Mackenzie Fillion was able to get around the receiver. No, they're going to say that's a 1st down. I thought that was pulled short.
Probably because of where the ball placement was. It looks like they're operating off the rules of wherever the ball is located. If it's outstretched arms, it doesn't matter where the flag is pulled, but where the ball is when the flag is being pulled. So as a result, they are going to give them the 1st down.
Trips to the near side. Adjusting the running back. Rusher adjusts to compensate. In motion here, Smith takes the snap, looks, and that's going to be a sack. Liliana Espinoza gets into the backfield. Smith just hesitates once, and that once was enough to generate a sack for the Larks.
Yeah, it definitely looked like there was some confusion on the Gateway offense, especially on the motion. As you could tell on the screen, Destiny Lockett trying to communicate with the team, whether it was a miscommunication on responsibility pickup or if somebody was intended to be just a quick block and dump off release. But Espinoza had a wide open lane to Smith that time, and it was just easy sack for her.
So that's going to make a long 2nd down. 2nd down and 30 here. About back to where you started the drive at. Interesting defensive positioning. Takes the snap to Smith. Looking deep, has a man. Caught! Ball, and she is G-O-N-E, gone. Alex Harris beats the defense. Beautiful pass by Ashley Smith, putting it right into the outstretched arms of Harris, and there was nobody between her and pay dirt.
You know, if you're going to cover 2 people on the outside, you got to make sure that you have double coverage and you don't allow those kind of plays to happen. The fact that Gateway was able to make that side and Harris was able to still run for the touchdown in stride goes to show you that how talented the Wolves are. And to that point, again, if you're going to have double coverages on the outside routes, you got to make sure you hold them down. But to Gateway's credit, it's the reason why they're elite.
And that's going to be a good PAT. Lockett locks it down. And with 6:46 left in the opening half of play, Florida Gateway has found a 13-0 lead here early. That was a Beautiful drive. That is exactly textbook for what Ricky Hufty wants to do to get his athletes out in space.
And like you alluded to earlier, sometimes with Gateway, they have been known to have a little bit of slow starts, but at the end of the day, this is a long process of a game. But you got to do what you got to do because, again, you still have some time in the contest to make adjustments, regroup, and now they sit comfortably 13-0.
As the rain comes down outside, partner, I am glad we're not at Franklin Gateway. Phillips, looking. Just kind of stops in the backfield, then takes off right, throws the ball, and it is picked off by Florida Gateway, and all of a sudden, every bit of momentum is going the Timberwolves' way.
Back-to-back big plays now by Alex Harris, was just in the right position at the right time, and now Hesston, again, trying to take that chance, and Gateway is in the zone.
And so setting up in the red zone is Florida Gateway trying to extend this 13-0 lead. Hold on. Hesston has the ball. As Phillips rolls to her right. And that's going to be a sack. Partner, I'm trying to figure out how Hesston still has the football.
Could it perhaps be maybe as she was running that maybe there would have been a flag pull or perhaps maybe a after the play penalty that just wasn't picked up? I mean, there's tons of reasons why, you know, Gateway, even though they had the interception to keep the play going, that something could have happened. But again, that's a little confusing on my end as well, because then you start questioning, well, if there was a certain foul that happened, you know, how come it wasn't distinguished a little bit more?
It's Phillips. Rolls to her left. She's going to go deep. And her receiver can't turn around to get to the ball. That's going to be Zalia Bobrin again. And the coverage on that play was well executed and tight. And that's going to be 4th down here. So interception or no interception, Hesston's going to have to punt.
Yeah, and again, not the most ideal possession for them, but just give credit to Gateway again, just continuing to hold it down and clamping down defensively. They're not going to give Hesston really any more room.
Punts away. A spinner that comes down at the 40, and she's going to try to advance it, gets a few yards. And the ball is free and goes down right at about the 30-yard line. And that is where Florida Gateway is going to set up shop here. Boy.
It was a little bit dangerous in terms of the pitch, because usually when you're looking to pitch it off, it has to be in motion. Think of it like if you're driving on a highway and you're trying to merge traffic, and ideally you want to see the cars come together like a zipper motion. In this particular case, if you're pitching it off, it has to be just before the flag's pulled, not as you're stopped.
Smith takes a snap, goes back to Smith. And she's going to go deep. She's got a wide open receiver. Caught ball, touchdown, Florida Gateway. And that is going to be Tremisha Harris. The motion in the backfield lulls the Hesston Larks to sleep, and that's going to be another touchdown pass by Smith.
Great execution for Gateway, because you look at it, and it's just textbook play too. As you look at as the end result of the pass, you know, Tremisha is there, she gets the score, but just back and forth with the dump-off player, you get it back to the quarterback, and you're able to just find a way to make it a textbook flag play.
And the end around gets the extra point here with 3:08 left in this opening half of play. Florida Gateway has opened up a 20-0 lead. Hesston, now very much on the back foot, has got to put together an offensive drive here, get some momentum swinging back their way.
It'll be a challenge, but I mean, in any game, though, despite it being a 20-0 deficit, you know, Hesston just needs to keep their cool now and just continue to try to find ways to keep in motion.
Let's see what This is about to stop the clock momentarily. 2 running backs in the gun alongside Phillips, who takes the snap, looks, throws out to the one from the right, and she is going to be short of the first down there. Looks like that was Liliana Espinoza on the grab.
See, again, you got to just start being short, and once you get the first down, just chuck it down a couple times, and we've seen it already through the game. And again, you got Lizzie Hines in the backfield as well as an option if you're Kaylee Phillips, and if you find an open lane, take off with it. But if everything's being blocked down and just locked down by Gateway, you still got to find a way to get yards.
Phillips looking, escapes to the middle. There's a flag on the play. She gets the first down and a whole lot more. Let's see what this flag is going to be on here. It's going to be on Hesston.
Might potentially be an illegal shift. But yeah, that's really unfortunate for the Larks because that was a really good pick up there that time. Kaylee Phillips was able to squeeze a lane just through the middle to get to the, not just the first down, but picking up at least a good 10, 15-yard gain on the ground. But now with that being negated by the penalty, it really puts the Larks in a tough position.
Replay of down, so it's going to be 2nd and 11 here. Sidecar right for Phillips, has a blocking running back in front. Takes the snap. It's going to be a speed option here. Phillips trying to make it through the middle and does pick up some good yardage with the ball extended. Let's see where they spot this at. It's going to be 3rd and 2, a short yardage situation for Hesston. Speed option, always a good option for a quarterback like Phillips.
And we'll see, too, now that we're at the 2-minute warning, 3rd and a couple yards to go.
As Phillips takes it, goes around the right-hand side, gets the first down, and a little bit more there. Mackenzie Fillion on the flagpole there. We'll have to see what the Larks can put together now that they're out of their own end.
Yeah, so now that they place the marker downs, officials are trying to say keep the clock going just to make sure that things are rolling because, again, under the 2-minute warning, should be able to keep it rolling with the chains.
Phillips backs up, dances right. She's going to be sacked behind the line there, cannot escape the rush of number 6, Shanaira Shahid. Trying to extend the play, trying to find options downfield, and just didn't find anything. Timeout's going to be taken by Florida Gateway, trying maybe to save some clock, see if you can find enough time to put a drive together.
It is a possibility, but with it being 2nd down now, it's got to be potentially because of a few adjustments. Because normally in those timeout situations, if you think you have a shot at trying to stop them here on this quadrant and making sure that they don't reach the 40 for a first down, you look to try to take the timeouts. But right now it's more or less an adjustment just to make sure that they don't get themselves in that position. But at the same time, with it being 2nd down now, with 1:24 left to go, that could be a possibility. But it doesn't seem likely for Gateway that they're trying to purposefully stop the clock right now to try to get one more score, despite being up by 3 scores right now.
Gateway does get the ball, I believe, after halftime. So it is definitely a possibility. We'll have to see whether they use their final timeout.
I could see if it was 3rd down right now, but right now with 2nd down and knowing that you still have a timeout in place, Hesston could easily milk the clock and it defeats the purpose of what you were trying to do.
Phillips takes the snap, rolls to her left, looking downfield. Throws and broken up. Nicely done there by number 8, Alex Harris there, and it's going to be 3rd down. Partner, I guess we'll never know because that stops the clock.
Well, it does stop the clock, which is always an extra added benefit for the defense. But going back to that play, once again, just well-executed defense. All the players were right where they needed to be. Hesston couldn't get open to save their lives on that play. And as a result, if all else fails, you know Phillips is going to be taken off with the ball.
3rd down, buck 16 left. She backs up, rolls to her left, looking downfield, looking. She's gotten loose a little bit more, and a nice run by Phillips. But she's going to be short 4th down and about 1.5 yards, 2 yards. Less than a minute left in this first half.
Pick up the yardage here, keep the drive moving. Again, it would be nice to know how many timeouts Hesston has at the moment. Want to say it's 1 left, but
I believe maybe it's 2, but they need to get moving either way as Phillips takes the snap, tries to run for it, and I believe she's going to get it. She does. Clock keeps moving.
Now looks like Switzer may have just called a timeout for the Larks.
Yeah, I believe that was their 2nd timeout. A nice job to keep the drive alive by Phillips. Now with 30 seconds left, partner, you're going to have to kind of hustle down the field. You've got about 37 yards to pick up, or 33 yards to pick up in 30 seconds. You're going to have to get the ball down the field.
And it looked like strategically, too, they wanted to make sure that they got the 1st down before you call the timeout, because now it's a little bit more manageable. You don't have more than, if we had to gauge it, you know, you have about roughly 33 yards to get to pay dirt right now. And from that manageable standpoint, 30 seconds, you just got to continue to move the ball slowly but surely down the field. And with the new set of downs, you have about 15 yards to gain before you hit the red zone. So, you know, as long as Hesston can find ways to continue to move the ball, whether it's Phillips on the ground or just chucking it down to somebody, Hesston's got a good shot at maybe getting a score up before half.
Balanced gun for the Larks. Phillips takes the snap, looking downfield. A rush here, goes back to her center, and that's going to go incomplete. J.C. Walker can't reel it in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Walker couldn't handle the catch, but at least that stops the clock now with 25 seconds. Still fairly manageable on the 2nd down. So as long as Hesston can make sure that they're not getting the nerves knocked out of them or just letting the nerves get the best of them, they should still be in good shape.
Twins to each side, takes the snap as Phillips looking downfield, pump fakes, rolls left, and gets sacked. The rush there by number 7, Claudia Taylor, hits home. And we're going to see a timeout here. One final timeout by the Larks with 9 seconds left. We'll step away for this timeout, and we'll be back with one last play here from the first half of the NJCAA Game 2 of a best-of-3, presented by the Atlanta Falcons, NFL Flag, and RCX Sports. Very close to the end of the first half. 3rd down and 18 for Hesston. 9 seconds left as they try to put some points up on the board in this first half. 3 receivers to the top. One at the bottom as Phillips takes the snap. 2 rush, she's going to go deep. She's got a receiver, but it's picked off. Florida Gateway. The safety, Tramisha Harris, coming over the top. And that's going to do it for this half of football. And kneel down should do it here for Florida Gateway. But nice job by Harris to get over there and make the pick.
Harris made a great pick, but I think, too, looking back at that play, Phillips probably overthrew steps just one step too early because Kyra's route was beautiful. It looked like she had an open chance for the score. But again, when you underthrow that route or overthrow it or just can't get it right, you allow Harris to just step in front, make the interception, and just kill your offensive drive.
So 2 seconds left here. They've got to actually make a little bit of yardage or make sure to stay out of the end zone if you're gonna down it here. There's gonna be a flag for delay of game on Florida Gateway. Might exacerbate that, honestly.
They should be able to just snap the ball and do just a quarterback draw up the middle or just look for ways to just kill off the clock, because even now you still should be able to do a draw. Shouldn't affect you necessarily in the end zone. But we'll see what Gateway does now with the ball being backed up just a tad bit more.
Honestly, the play might be direct snap here. Would be the safest play to run. Motion for Florida Gateway. Smith takes a snap, looking. She's going to try to go deep, and that ball is going to fall harmlessly to the ground. And that's going to do it for our first half. At the end of one half of this, Florida Gateway looks halfway done to hoisting their second consecutive national championship. Hesston will get 10 minutes to think about it and see if they can force a game 3. We will be back after this with the second half of this NJCAA National Tournament presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And welcome back here to Atlanta. 2 minutes left to the second half of play here. Florida Gateway has built up a 22-0 lead over the Hesston Larks. And partner, it has been, other than the first few drives where Florida Gateway was trying to get everything put together, man, once they started rolling and getting that momentum going, it has been a takeover here by the Timberwolves.
You know, now it's an opportunity in the second half where you look, again, referring back to yesterday's game, it was only 26-13. If you're Hesston right now, yes, the score line looks a little bleak because, again, anytime you see 3 scores or more, most people will think, you know, let's just focus on a second half and let's finish the year strong. But 20-0, I think, is still somewhat manageable if they can, again, find a different strategy and if they can find a way to keep moving the ball shortly but surely. We've already seen Gateway is going to lock down everything at every point, so you have to try to find a way to make the best of a situation. And if it's getting 3 more yards or Kaylee Phillips running another 5 yards or so just to pick it up, you have to be strategical about it because you are going to need to use some clock. You got to see if you can try to keep Gateway's offense off the field as much as possible and force their defense to make bigger plays.
So we will start the third quarter of play. Gateway will start with the ball. We're deciding which side of the field to start on. As we migrate back to the 16-yard line, or the 14-yard line, 1st and 6. So the Timberwolves look to add to a 20-0 lead. Hesston just needs to try to keep them in check. Smith takes the snap, looks, fires, caught ball, and gets around the corner there and gets around the other corner. She is gone. The speed of the Florida Gateway team, and especially Tremisha Harris. Boy, partner, she got around the corner, and there were no Larks there to try to get that pull.
Yeah, and sometimes when you need a second half push, you just got to find a way to make it happen. And Gateway with a strong statement there. Again, just beautifully executed. You run around towards the left side, and you just take off with it. I don't think Hesston was anticipating that kind of a quick burst, but again, Gateway came to play.
Smith takes a snap at the trips to the bottom side. She's going to roll to her right, looks, fires, and just throws behind her receiver. Lockett can't pull it in behind her, but I tell you, that first touchdown of the first half and the first touchdown of the second half here for Gateway, or the first offensive touchdown of the first half, rather, for Gateway, have been big, explosive plays.
Well, that's why, again, when you're up by a scoreline, when even if it was 20-0, you want to make sure you're showing some form of dominance, for want of a better word. And right there, again, you make it a little more difficult now for Hesston, but we'll see if they stick with the second half game plan.
Sidecar left for Phillips. Phillips takes the snap, rolls to her right, looking downfield, throws, and it is a, well, it would be a caught ball. Just went right through the hands of Kyra Steps.
And that time, you look at the rollout, and again, Kaylee Phillips makes it so predictable for the Gateway defense. Anytime she's rolling right, you're going to see them shift now more because they're not anticipating Phillips looking for a backside option. So anytime you're rolling towards a shorter part of the field, it makes it that much easier to stop.
Phillips gets the pass out, caught ball, and that's going to be a pull short of the marker there. That was Espinoza, I believe, on the snag. But yeah, you're right. You're cutting the field in half. for your defense to have to do. And it might be an idea for you to trail out a backside receiver there. As the short yardage formation, Phillips takes it herself, and it's pulled short. They call her short of the marker. And the Florida Gateway defense makes it 4th down. Let's see what Hesston does. It looks like they're going for it.
I mean, why not? You got nothing to lose at this point. If you're going to try to make some kind of comeback, it starts now.
You got to use every possession available to you. Balanced gun. Look how close Florida Gateway is to the line of scrimmage. Phillips takes it, tries to pop pass, and it is picked, almost picked. There's some flags there. I imagine we're going to see some contact penalties.
Yeah, it looks like based off the motions here, it's probably going to go against Gateway because it looked like she had possession and Gateway was trying to strip it out, but the Hesston receiver was able to hold on for it just long enough.
Holding on Gateway. That's going to give a 1st down to Hesston. And what could have been a great pick and just a whole grabbing of every bit of momentum for Gateway returns a little bit of it to Hesston. Sidecar right for Phillips, takes the snap. Looks, throws out to that sidecar, who gets a few yards there. Flag pulled by number 5, Tremisha Harris. And that's exactly what Hesston has to do, to be honest, is just get, 4 or 5 yards and just keep it moving.
You've just got to keep the chains moving, but at the same time, now that it's a 4-score game instead of a 3-score game, you got to be mindful of the clock.
As Phillips rolling out, gets through for a 1st down. She does such a good job, Phillips, of finding the gap and utilizing players and their positioning to her advantage.
Well, when you're a mobile quarterback the way that Phillips is, you kind of have to find what's going to be the open routes. And from what we've seen right now, she definitely prefers running towards her right more than she does her left. And it's just more of that dominant side she chooses.
To be fair, it's also hard to throw across your body as she rolls and finds her center. That's going to be a pull for loss there, as J.C. Walker just cannot find any open space there. It's going to back it up to the 40-yard line. Going to be 2nd down and 20.
Again, even with 8:07 to go in the 3rd quarter and a comfortable 26-0 lead, Gateway is not letting off the gas pedal by any means. They are continuing to hold it down defensively, making sure that nothing is open short. And again, for Walker to get just a few yardage, that just is a testament to how Gateway's playing at the moment.
2nd down and 20 here. Phillips takes it, rolls to her right, looking, gets the ball out, but can't quite find Kyra Steps. Goes through the hands of the sophomore.
Receiver was right there that time. Steps could have had it, but again, with Phillips' throw, just a little led her just a little too much just towards that right side. Steps was, I thought she was there just out of her outstretched arms. Could have been a nice pickup.
It's so hard when you're throwing on the run to judge the curve of that ball. Phillips takes the snap, rolling back to her right. She's contained. She's going to throw the ball, caught ball, and immediately Lockett makes the pull. That's going to bring up 4th down. I imagine that Hesston's going to continue trying to drive the ball, but you're going to have to make a nice chunk of yardage here on this play to keep the drive alive.
Hey, 7-8 yards. I mean, you're not in a position right now to be picky about how you gain yardage. It's just you got to find ways to continue to move it down the field. And now in order to keep the drive alive, you got to get about, what, 12 yards? So just anything you can, but you just have to focus on making sure the ball is still moving. You can't afford a sack.
Phillips takes a snap, rolls to her left, then now back to her right, throws the ball. That is a bit of a high IQ play there for Phillips to throw it back towards her center, the eligible receiver in the area, in order to save the Hesston defense. About 9-10 yards worth of ground that Florida Gateway has to cover.
Which would have been nice, but again, with that being a 4th down play, it was just a moot point for them. And instead of making it even worse or making them start in Hesston's field because of that incomplete pass, now Gateway has a short first, but they still have to work in their own territory.
See 2 quarterbacks on the field here for Florida Gateway. Ainsley Little's up top. As she gets the ball on the end around, she's going to take it herself, and that's going to be a nice chunk of yardage on first down. That's going to bring up a short second.
And again, now that Gateway's on offense, the clock continues to roll, 5:15. It's starting to settle in for the Wolves that they are well on their way to securing a 2nd national championship. And now it's just a matter of taking their time. You don't have to worry about too much. I don't anticipate them really trying to run up the score in this case. This is just a matter now of keeping the clock moving.
Little's in at quarterback. Smith out as the utility quarterback. And she's going to pull it down herself, just Littles. She's looking, fires down the field, and that is broken up. Nice job defensively there by number 10, Zalia Bobran.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that play there. It looked like Tremisha Harris was open in the short route, could have easily gotten 5 yards and would have been able to pick up that quick first down. But it seemed like the Gateway offense was trying to go a little bit more than just the 5 yards. They were maybe trying to go for yet another score. But either way, it's 3rd down. You still get a couple more tries to get the first pass midfield. Really not too much risk for Gateway.
No, I don't mind the shot play there. So 3rd and 2. Smith back in at quarterback, takes the snap, looks, fires, caught ball, and a good bit more. Nice play there. Again, the route there underneath Tremisha Harris using her speed. And just, there's no Hesston defender that's able to trail her.
And instead of a short pickup, because of Harris's speed, she's now able to put Gateway practically in the same position as they were in the last play. Another relatively short first to pick up.
Call it 1st and 6 here. Florida Gateway in no hurry as Smith takes it and rolls right. Looks, fires, looking for the end zone, and it is caught. Another Timberwolf touchdown. This time it's Alexandra Harris, the freshman from Miami. Just a beautifully thrown ball, escaping to her right, and finds Harris in the end zone. It's just a day for Harris's here.
Yeah, see, and again, looking back on that play, you know, Smith, you look at her, she looks like she's going to roll for somebody to the right, but then on the backside, beautiful pass by Harris, who was just right there making the play. You know, you can't give any credit better, just finding that open backside route for them, and just a great play there for the Wolves.
Smith takes a snap on the PAT, looks, rolls right, and she's just going to hoist it far out of bounds. With 3:10 left in the 3rd stanza of 4, Florida Gateway has a commanding 32-0 lead. Right now for Hesston, you just got to try to find some positive momentum, see if you can get that lark egg off the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, if you're Hesston, you're playing for pride. And like we alluded to earlier, if they weren't able to stop Gateway early on with the 20-0 halftime lead that they had, now it was just a matter of what can you do to keep the chains moving but not give up on the field.
Steps inside car right. Phillips rolls left on the snap. She's going to try to get the corner. She gets it. And that's going to be a first down. Phillips gets it with her legs. See both Phillips and Steps had their arms extended. A little bit of a trickeration here maybe.
But just like we alluded to earlier, you got to find ways to keep the ball moving. And now we see Steps in the backfield as a dump-off man, so we'll see if there's potentially any place for her.
Phillips looking, throws it back for Steps. Steps has some yards, but a nice play there by Destiny Lockett to cover a lot of field and track down Steps.
We haven't seen too much of the two-man quarterback system for Hesston, but again, if everything else seems to be getting shut down by Gateway, why not try something new?
At this point, you empty the playbook. Find something that's going to work for you as we have trips up top, one in motion. Phillips rolling to her right, looking. Going to go back to her left. It goes back. There's going to be several flags flying in. And the Hesston player lying on the ground suggests that that might be on Florida Gateway.
Because I'd be definitely interested.
It is on Florida Gateway.
So, yeah, personal foul, because that had to have been alluded to when Kalia Baker got knocked down by the Gateway defender in the middle, probably, due to that broken play setup. But, that's what happens when that's what a broken play is all about. It's if things break down and things aren't the way you anticipate it to be, then you have to try to think on the fly. And it sounds easy to explain. It's like that makes sense, but sometimes from a defensive standpoint, you have to be careful how the broken play happens, because in flag football, any kind of collision that you see, whether incidental or not, you run the risk of there being a personal foul in the process. And now it benefits Hesston because they're relatively out of second and short.
Second half bunch formation here for the Larks. 94 seconds and counting here in the third quarter. Direct snap, going to be a speed option. Phillips, the back on the speed option, is stopped short. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 1. That was a fun little play there with Phillips being the option back.
Although I personally would have thought it may have been better if they went towards the weak side that time, because, again, they're already lined up towards the right side of the field. If you throw the option towards the short side, even though it's a couple of yards, Gateway's anticipating that. And with the speed, there's a better chance for the Wolves to get there faster than it is for the Larks to try to pick up that 1st down. So had they had ran the other way, I think they would have had a little more room to work from an option standpoint and possibly extend the field length a little bit more.
Hesston calls their timeout, the first one of this second half. 1:01 left in this game. Let's take a look at some of the action to come here in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. Get a few games here, a couple games in the Dome today. Our next game up, I believe, is going to be the 4-5 seed, the 4-5 game, Warner and Weber.
As if Jeff Molesky and Tim Mims haven't faced each other enough this year.
Did it yesterday. They did it 2 or 3 times in the regular season, including an exhibition matchup. And look, those two have coached together for 10, 15 years, not just against each other, but on the same staff. Like I said yesterday, they could call each other's offenses and defenses, and it be the exact same. So
and with that 13
formation here, Phillips takes it. She's going to get the 1st down and more here as the third quarter is under a minute to play. Nice pick up there, staying with that bunch formation, but after that, it's going to be a fun Sun Conference rematch up between Keiser and St. Thomas And that one's going to be fun. St. Thomas might have a little fire in their belly after losing to Ottawa yesterday. Phillips takes the snap, looks, caught ball, and the flag pull is a little late there. Michaela Brown finally makes it, but not after an additional about 5 yards there gained by Hesston to knock on the door of the red zone.
Yeah, and even like these little short chunk plays and getting the team fired up on the sidelines, get something going to get your team motivated.
Odd formation here by Hesston. Looking deep is Phillips. She's dancing in the backfield, trying to find something. Gets it off to her running back. That's going to be another pull for loss, as Lizzie Haynes just can't make anything, and that's going to be all for the third quarter. We have one more quarter in the books, and it appears that Florida Gateway is knocking on the door of a second consecutive national title. We'll step away for just a few seconds, and we'll be back with more flag football presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And we are back for one more quarter in Atlanta here for this JUCO flag final. Florida Gateway, 1 quarter away from hoisting another national championship. Hesston trying to see if they can at least get on the board as Phillips takes the snap, looking deep. That's a caught ball for a first down, and they pick up the first. Phillips looks like she might have wanted a penalty on that one.
Yeah, at this point, you just got to play through it. And right now, with the motivation that Hesston has, I don't think there's going to be that much of an argument too much, because they're finding a ways to move the ball down. And now that Hesston is in the red zone, once again, can Gateway make another defensive stop?
Motion here. Phillips takes the snap, looks, rolling to her right now, looking. She's going to take it herself, and the flag is pulled. A nice job there. That's going to be number 7 for Florida Gateway. Claudia Taylor, the sophomore from Ocala, getting in there and making sure that Phillips can't turn the corner.
Yeah, and it didn't look like there were any open receivers, at least in the left side of the field from an end zone standpoint. So you look back on that, and you have to try to find what's going to fit best for that offense. And once again, Gateway shutting everything down all day today, and Kaylee Phillips once again having to take things off.
So 10.5 minutes counting here. Phillips takes the snap, looking. She's under pressure, gets it off, but an incomplete pass. Just didn't have anything, and the Florida Gateway rush was on top of her before she had time to blink.
See, in any time the rushes come down, and we've seen this all game today, Kaylee Phillips has either tried to roll to the left or roll to the right, or make stagnant moves in the middle, trying to wait to see what Gateway does first. But the problem with that is if you're stagnant behind the center can block for only so long without running the risk of a holding penalty of some kind or impediment of the rush. So you got to make a move.
Phillips rolls right, gets the pass off complete. That's going to be about a 6 or 7 yard gain here on, I believe it's either third or, nope, I believe it's 4th down there. Yep, 4th down, one more chance here for Hesston to crack the goal line to put some points up on the board. Phillips takes the snap. Rolling to her left. Rolling, rolling, rolling. She's going to try to take it herself. And it's good. Hesston finds pay dirt for the first time all game. Takes the goose egg off the scoreboard. And, man, you talked about playing for pride. That is that's exactly what Kaylee Phillips was doing right there, as you got to put something on. You can't go back home empty-handed.
And again, just was able to find the right rush, was able to get out there. Almost could have looked like that Gateway may have been able to pull the flag. But at that point, I thought for a split second she may have decided to toss it up to Espinoza, who was open on that left side, wide open, could have just tossed it to her. But Kaylee Phillips called her own number, and she was able to take it in.
And we're going for 2 because, heck, why not?
Well, technically, it's a 4-score game if they went for 8 points, if you do the math.
So Phillips dancing around in the backfield, finally chooses right, throws the ball up, and it is caught. No, trap. I thought that Kyra Steps had her hands underneath it, but that was close. I thought that was a catch there.
It definitely looked like a catch, but at the same time, it appeared that Steps may have bobbled the ball just a little bit as she was coming down, and it could have ran the risk of it touching the ground from our angle. But at the same time, really great play, just an unfortunate end to that drive. Hesston easily should have had that 2-point conversion, but now instead, it's a 4-score game still because you couldn't get that extra point, or the 2 points.
Yep, so Florida Gateway, 9 minutes and counting to hoisting another trophy. And that is a nice lateral there. Gets a couple of yards out of it, but it's definitely what you want to see out of a team that's maturing in their flag IQ, is to start utilizing that pitch game to your advantage.
Yeah, and right now it's, again, 8:43 and rolling. If I'm the Wolves right now, it's a matter of keep the ball moving, but again, cruise control here for Gateway.
3 receivers up top. Smith calls for the ball. Caught ball. It's going to be a first down. Trying to find a lane, trying to shake and bake her way through. And boy, that's going to be a holding call on Hesston, as got a lot of belt and not a lot of flag.
Yeah, there's a certain way when you're pulling flags. They usually tell you from a coaching standpoint, if you're going to pull a flag, you got to go for the high top belt. But at the same time, you don't necessarily grab the belt, because there are 2 types of flags that they utilize. You see more of the triple threat belts, as they call them. That's where you pull the flag and the entire belt comes off. Here in NAIA, NJCAA, they use the pop-off method. So you have 2 different flags to pull from, but the belt still stays on. But either way, you want to try to grab the flag from a higher point, but not grab the belt completely. Otherwise, you run the risk of holding.
Pistol set here. Smith hands it off. Hesston was ready for that. And that is a caught ball. Nice catch there by number 16 for Florida Gateway. That's Lucy Gongwer, her first catch on the day.
Yeah, the freshman finally getting some reps in the title game here. You know, I mean, at this point, if you're Coach Ricky Hufty, why not give the reserves an opportunity to make a difference in this contest? Give them some serious playing time heading into next year.
Again, the pistol look here in motion. And it's pitched out to the left, and a shovel pass forward. I didn't expect that. I don't think Hesston expected that.
No, but that's, again, where you call a very smart executed play, because, again, from the pitch back, because it was back underneath, there was no forward passes prior to that shovel pass forward. So essentially, that's like a dump off, throwing it to a dump off quarterback, and the dump off quarterback taking up, and just before crossing the line of scrimmage, you get that forward shovel pass, and just a beautifully executed play by Gateway.
That was very well executed. That is it's a bold strategy right there. because that's an easy way to get an illegal forward pass if you're just a hair bit over the line, but beautifully executed. Smith throws it back, and there's a pass down the field, and it is broken up there by number 10, Bobrun, for Hesston. That's going to bring up 3rd down for Florida Gateway, who is emptying out the bag of tricks.
Yeah, and I mean, again, at this point, you already have the game practically secured with 6 minutes left. So, now it becomes an exhibition feel or a preseason game feel where you're looking at trying to execute plays, but we'll see.
Ooh, Lockett. Nice move, throws the ball downfield, and it is over the head of the receiver downfield.
Yeah, and again, that was beautifully executed. Just that move by Destiny Lockett, though, just that deep move. I mean, like, that was pretty impressive to see. And again, it's how can you keep the ball alive? How can you keep it moving? And, just beautifully executed. Just unfortunately not the finish that Gateway was hoping for.
So 4th down and 2 here. As the clock continues to roll. Empty backfield except for the utility quarterback. Smith takes the snap, looks, flush to her right, gets the ball out, caught ball, and reestablishes their position, gets a few more yards, jukes out a couple, and that is a 1st down and a whole lot more. Nice job by Florida Gateway utilizing that agility.
Yeah, and if Steps didn't dive out and grab the flag at that last second, not exactly sure if the Larks were going to find a way to prevent her from getting into the end zone. But again, to your point, Corey, great job by Longley to just weave her way through that field and just keep the drive alive as well as get them closer to pay dirt.
It's 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. In comes the running back for Gateway. Smith takes the snap, looking to extend the lead. Rolling to her right, has some space, backs up, tossed, and over the head of the intended receiver, Michaela Brown. You can see Gateway knows they're close. They gotta stay locked in for another 4 minutes. Can't celebrate too early, even though you know that it's coming.
Yeah, you just got to continue to play it cool. And, of course, with the way that Coach Ricky Hufty has made his Gateway team, class act professionals as well, making sure that they're winning with grace. You celebrate at the right time, but at the same time, not trying to overboast or show. Because, again, with the way this is set up, it is just 2 teams, after all, in the NJCAA portion of the tournament.
Smith gets it back off, and it's a foot race there. Spin move can't quite make it. It's going to be 3rd down now and 4 with goal to go. Makes it a little closer there. Nice little set of moves there by Claudia Taylor trying to find pay dirt.
And, Corey, it'll be interesting to see what next year looks like for both of these teams. Again, you look at Gateway, and you have Ashley Smith, who's a sophomore, Destiny Lockett going to be going to Thomas after this year. You have Shahid, Claudia Taylor, as well as Fillion that essentially are going to be looking for new schools next year.
As Smith rolls to her right, she's looking for one last touchdown, and she'll get it 2 feet down. A little bit of celebration there from Destiny Lockett, putting the cherry on top of the season here for the Florida Gateway Timberwolves. That catch is good in any league with having 2 feet down on the sideline.
Yeah, Smith to Lockett, that was just an impressive touchdown. But again, just finding that corner in the middle pocket towards that right side, Destiny Lockett wide open, was able to make that play, potentially a good send-off finish.
Rolling to her right is Littles. Littles looking, toss it off, and that's going to be one more point here as it's Dickerson.
And again, just looking at that touchdown by Smith, just keeping composure, finding an open Lockett towards that middle right end zone. And again, a good finish, and what a way to end your time at Gateway.
2:29 left in this one, and this one is effectively all over but the crying and the presentation of the trophy. We just got to play out in the last 2.5 minutes here, and as you had said before, it's playing for pride for Hesston, for the Florida Gateway defense, just making sure that you stay locked in. New quarterback in for Hesston.
Not exactly sure. It looked like a timeout was called down on the field.
It's Brandy Olivares, the freshman from Fort Worth, in. Obviously, Kaylee Phillips, the sophomore.
Yeah, she'll also be looking for a new school heading into next season as well. But that's usually how it rolls in JUCO. I mean, that's a reason why they call it junior college. You're only there for 2 years. You know, make a name for yourself, get your associate's degree more importantly, and then transfer to a different school to continue your education.
Yeah, Kyra Steps also a sophomore. And where we've seen today is Aaliyah Bobrin, also a sophomore here, called her name. Kalia Baker, we've called her name. All sophomores, and actually looks like Phillips is back on the field, or is on the field. Does look like Olivares is back at quarterback, Phillips at wide receiver.
And get her some opportunities to maybe get out and use Olivares as somebody who can just pitch it off to Phillips, but we'll see what the final 2.5 minutes show.
Olivares takes the snap, looks to her left, tosses, and that ball is broken up. They were going for Phillips. Pass breakup there by number 18, Ania Hall-McDowell, and looks like Florida Gateway is emptying the bench a little bit as well, trying to get some playing time in a big situation for some of their freshmen.
And especially on that first play, you see Phillips that was lined up in the trip slot as the receiver that was back. You can't possibly tell me that Gateway wasn't going to be anticipating who Hesston wanted to throw that ball to.
Oh, 100%. Phillips is in the slot now, up top, as Olivares looks, takes the snap, and that is just through the hands of the receiver there, Bobrin. Brings up a quick third down here with $1:54 remaining.
Yeah, and had Bobrin had hauled that in, it looked like she definitely could have taken off for at least a good 10 more yards in that process. Gateway leaving that left side open.
And they're setting up the stage across the field now. As Olivares takes the snap, tosses the ball. That's going to be too tall for Phillips. It's going to bring up fourth down. They're going to punt.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's like you alluded to, partner, it's the reality is setting in soon, and this may most likely be the final possession of the contest upcoming. But again, I know that there was only 2 teams this year for NJCAA, but is this something where we, say it was an absolute pleasure, to look at the junior college realm of things and just kind of cap off their second season of doing this?
Definitely was, and we'll see more, obviously, with Pratt being online now as a nice run back there. That might have been, that looked a little forward, but Destiny Lockett, there's no flags on the field, so obviously it was backwards. Destiny Lockett has to get that one more score and a punt return. There's no flags on the field, partner. That was obviously
yeah, no, I
pass.
think the officials the officials definitely missed that call there, but regardless, Gateway finds a way to get to 40 points, and, tip your hats off to Gateway. I mean, what a better way to finish off. I mean, look at this replay here.
Ooh. That's an interesting call.
Yeah, and even the fans reacting as well. Yeah, you could tell that definitely was a huge missed call there. But regardless, really doesn't make that much of a difference, except Gateway getting another touchdown in the process. But now an opportunity to add a little bit more.
45-6 here with $1:35 left. Snap. Thrown and bobbled. Tramisha Harris just can't haul it in from Ainsley Littles. And Hesston will set up for maybe one last drive here. See what we can get, both teams emptying the bench and finding ways to put their athletes in game situations. This sort of experience.
This is getting you set up for 2025 right now. And it looks like Kaylee Phillips will be moving towards the slot receiver, but you're looking at things for Olivares, who may most likely be projected to be the starting quarterback for next year, knowing the system.
As she's looking, she rolls to her right, throws, and, well, she finds a Florida Gateway receiver out of bounds, but incomplete pass. Florida Gateway starting to get a little... They're hyped, honestly. They're about to hoist a trophy. They are hyped right now.
And now it's a more or less, for especially those that are on the sidelines, they're still watching the team for support, but they just can't wait to just jump on the field, celebrate, and, celebrate yet another NJCAA championship. And like you alluded to, partner, it's only a matter of time, but we got to finish this one out here.
Snap to Olivares, who had 2 wide receivers, and that is a incomplete pass there. Trying to find Kalia Baker.
And it was a good look, too. I mean, Baker was there in the middle, just wasn't able to haul it in, but it was a great read by Olivares.
1:21 left, 3rd down and 6 here. Phillips in at running back. Olivares dumps it back off to Phillips. Phillips throws it downfield, but no, sacked before she gets the pass off. Florida Gateway gets to Phillips.
I would have loved to see another replay on that, but I think just gauging on that a little bit, that might have been a little bit of an early call there, where it looked like I thought she got the ball off just before the flag was pulled. But then again, there could be that just time delayed reaction, because again, when you hear the pop-offs down on the field compared to where we are in the booth, which is way elevated higher, we're not necessarily on that line to see it. But yeah, just here, Kaylee Phillips.
That was pretty bang.
Yeah, that's bang right there. But either way, that's what happens if you hold on to the ball just a little too much sometimes, and you wait till the final decision to throw it off. It's a bang decision that you got to make. Got to see if it's going to count or not, and go from there.
30 seconds and counting here, and we'll have one last Hesston punt. It's away. It's a fairly good punt right at the 40. And Lockett's going to take a knee on that. Stop the clock with 19 seconds to go. Partner, at this point, there's only one play that Florida Gateway needs to run here. That is victory formation.
Yeah, but right now it seems like Gateway's calling a timeout here.
Indeed they are.
And can you see that reality just setting in right now, partner?
They know it's coming, and I think a timeout's good here to get them ready for it and to get them kind of centered for one last play.
So you got the timeouts here. And I'm wondering here, Corey, if they're trying to get all potential sophomores on the field right now for Gateway, considering this may most likely be their final snap.
That'd be really a nice touch. Smith calls for the snap, and she takes a knee. And as the final seconds drip off the clock, Florida Gateway stands atop the NJCAA flag football universe once again. They are the champions of the JUCO realm, a 45-6 decisive win over the Hesston Larks. They are the champions back-to-back years under head coach Ricky Hufty, and they will hoist the trophy once again.
And again, congratulations to Florida Gateway on another successful season. And like we alluded to earlier, their schedule and how they set themselves up to be a national champion, to be the best, you got to play the best. And since the NJCAA is still developing in that realm of things, just most of the NAIA schools is what you need to go up against, and they've played well. And this is just a testament to the kind of season that they've had, and what better way to finish off than with a 45-6 win in the national title game.
Absolutely. Even very early in the season, we saw, or I was able to see them against Thomas, and they were able to hold Thomas pretty good and make the Nighthawks nervous. So congratulations to the Timberwolves.
Thomas was the only ones that were able to beat the Wolves this season. Meanwhile, every other team that they've went up against, officially or unofficially, they've been able to take care of business, and they've been able to pretty much put a stamp on what the Wolf Pride is all about from a flag football standpoint. And now, just as anticipated, they're getting ready in just a few moments to hoist the NJCAA trophy and the presentation festivities.
Not sure if we have the ability to pipe the PA in here or not, but I think we'll stay at least camera-wise on the trophy presentation and let all the moms and dads, aunties and uncles back home bask in the glory of seeing their girls win a national championship.
That's actually good to know. From Warner, you're saying? The quarterfinals is finally here for Bracket A of the NAIA portion of the Women's Flag Finals 2024, sponsored by NFL Flag and the Atlanta Falcons. And we are just moments away from the game kicking off here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in South Hollywood, as they call them, but as most fans know them, it's Atlanta, Georgia. And we are getting ready to rock and roll here for the knockout stages. Yesterday, it was the preliminary games at Franklin Gateway, and now for this A bracket, for the bracket that truly matters for the NAIA schools, we are now down to 6 teams on determining who will hoist the red banner for the 2024 season. Angelo Pontello on the mic here with you, alongside my partner in crime, the eggs to my bacon, the PB to my J, Mr. Corey Thorpe. Corey, we look at this game coming up, Warner and Weber International, and it practically seems like if you want to see these two teams play, it's like watching a game. I think I alluded to this earlier, but if you wanted to watch The Little Mermaid, the 1990 version, the animated one, you want to go to a movie theater to do that, but it's like you can watch the movie on Netflix or wherever else. Similarly to Weber and Warner, these two teams, you cannot count on the single finger of your hand how many times these teams have played one another. But at this point, for the 5th or 6th or the umpteenth time in 2024, these two teams are playing at it, and this time for all the marbles.
Yeah, Jeff Molesky and Tim Mims are well acquainted with each other, having coached against each other, having coached with each other. There are no secrets between these two. And yeah, this one's for all the marbles. You gotta love it. Let's go through some starting lineups here. First for the Weber Warriors at quarterback, it's going to be number 16, Sam Wilson. At running back, number 2, Sammy Gonzalez. At center, number 33, Leah Bailey. At slot wide receiver, number 3, Riley Bolser. The other slot wide receiver, number 1, Jasmine Henry. At wide receiver, number 5, Caitlin Sigmundi. And at wide receiver, number 9, Zoe Mello. At rush on the defensive side, we've got number 1, Jasmine Henry. At linebacker, number 3, Riley Bolser. At linebacker, number 2, Sammy Gonzalez. At cornerback, number 24, Cheyenne Durand. And at cornerback, number 10, Gabby Franzosi. At safety, number 5, Caitlin Sigmundi, joined by, again, safety number 9, Zoe Mello. For Warner, they're going to start number 16, Kayla Ludwig. Did it yesterday. She looked really good. This is not generally who they've started throughout the season, but it worked very well for them yesterday. She'll be flanked by number 30, Adri Williams at running back, and snapped to by number 18, Trinity Kieran. At wide receiver, it's going to be a combination of number 43, Andy Castillo, number 22, Madeline Portwood, and number 28, Nicolette DeSimone, along with number 23, Anna Pat Vincentini, and number 15, Angie Bunting. On defense, at rusher, number 9, Talisha Perry. At linebacker, number 23, Anna Vincentini, and linebacker number 21, Lauren Clark. At cornerback, it's number 24, Jade Mazziota, number 43, Andy Castillo, and number 19, Chanel Harrison. And at deep safety, number 22, Madeline Portwood, and safety number 15, Angie Bunting. We're getting ready to kick this one off here. This is a big one here. It's win or go home.
And to that point, though, Corey, I mean, you look at both of these teams and just the way they played. I mean, this has been a rivaled series, to say the very least. You look at especially the last few games that these two teams have played against one another, just with all the games that you've seen considered. But to this point, you know, you look at particularly their most recent game in Marietta, Georgia, at Franklin Gateway, and once again, another situation where Weber starts off early. They start off well, lead 12-0, and then Warner finds a way to come back, and they end up just edging the Warriors 13-12. And it seems like this is the same old story for Weber International and for this group, where these guys have a competitive squad, but in critical moments, they just haven't been able to come across the threshold.
Yep, and both of these two, you know, they share a lake. Right now, honestly, we've got 12 minutes on the game clock. Where's the rest of the Weber team?
It seems to be a little bit of a delayed start at the moment. 10:30 is our start time to our official clock. It is 10:31. And we did see head coach Jeff Molesky out there with a few chats. And this is probably the first time we've ever seen in an NAIA, RCX, NFL flag situation where we've had a team have a delayed start unless there could be something in the
Here
locker
they
room.
come. Off the left side here comes the rest of the Weber Warriors.
You've heard of teams wanting to make an emphatic entrance of some kind. You have to wonder if this has been something planned all along or if it just happens to be maybe a little late start to get to the stadium or get everything packed in. But looking at the bags that are coming in right now, it seems like I'm not exactly sure.
They were warming up earlier in the NJCAA game. It's like, where did they go?
Yeah, and the fact that they brought their bags and everything else too. I mean, either way, they're ready to go. Warner's ready to go. We're ready to go. And we are ready to kick off a quarterfinal matchup that we anticipate to be one for the ages. Winner of this contest will play the #1 seeded Ottawa Braves. And yes, you heard that correctly, the #1 seeded Ottawa Braves. As in the preliminary games yesterday, the tiebreakers were determined first by the fewest points allowed from pool play games. And then the second tiebreaker was how many points did these teams score in both of their preliminary games. Keiser, who has had just a remarkable season so far, everything clicking together, on paper, arguably the team to beat, just wasn't able to keep within those required preliminary pieces, and as a result, they draw the #3 seed in the A bracket, so we will be seeing them a little bit later today. Actually, after the conclusion of this game, they will be playing the #6 seeded St. Thomas Bobcats, projected to be at 12:30 Eastern Time, and that will be a fun game to witness. And the winner of that Keiser St. Thomas game will be playing the Thomas University Nighthawks, the #2 seed in the A bracket.
Looks like we're about ready to take it away here.
And again, looking back at both of these teams, a really storied rivalry, as we alluded to earlier. Both teams sharing Crooked Lake down at Babson Park and, of course, Lake Wales in the Central Florida area. And if anybody needs a reference point, think of it as they were just about 45 minutes away from Orlando, Florida, relatively in the Kissimmee area. But as we get ready for both of these teams, it'll be the Warriors that start off first with the ball. And again, Sam Wilson, the junior from Tallahassee, Florida, will have some ground to make up here, seeing if there's a way where they can find the continued success that they've seen late. Weber International coming into this contest pretty much overall with a record of 11-7 on the season. Meanwhile, Warner, as we've been mentioning, Keiser's had a storied season. Warner has had just a season for the ages so far. Everything has been clicking together for them.
Absolutely. Got started off early with St. Thomas and Thomas wins there.
Sam Wilson on the first play, chucks it down for the first down. A pitch off to the right side, and still going are the Warriors for the first down and more. But potentially seeing if there might be a holding call or not. Either way, what a big start here for the Weber Warriors. A big run and catch there by Sammy Gonzalez, who was waiting for the pitch. And that's the kind of plays you need.
Absolutely. You just see, just not able to make the pull there. Sammy Gonzalez gets down and finally gets the flag there. But little too late as Gonzalez was off to the races.
It's Wilson will again chuck it down to her go-to receiver in Gonzalez. Picks up another nice yardage, and it'll be about 2nd and 7 upcoming.
Thus far, interesting to watch how the Weber offense is operating, getting the ball to Gonzalez, utilizing the middle of the field instead of looking to get the ball out to, say, Zoe Mello or Caitlin Sigmundi or even their slot wide receivers. It's almost like they're trying to clear out the underneath spot for Gonzalez.
And on the second down play, it's Wilson showing pressure. She's going to loft this one to a wide open receiver in Jasmine Henry, but just can't haul it in.
Man, You want that one back a little bit if you're Sam Wilson, just leading the wide receiver just a step too far. Henry can't quite make it down the field. Now it's 3rd and 10.
Weber, with a really fast offensive start so far, could have been the score to break this game open, but just off the hands of the sophomore receiver. Balanced gun for the Warriors. It is Wilson back, looking towards her right side and finds a receiver, still moving and a little bit more, and believe will just fall shy. Riley Bolzer there with the reception.
Now finally hitting a wide receiver. You see that there's a little bit of space, maybe trying to move side to side, see how much life is left in the legs of the Royal defense after having a little bit of, having 2 games yesterday. See how much is left in them, just kind of probing the defense a little bit, seeing what they can find.
On a 4th down attempt, Weber will go for it. Just got to reach the 20 to keep the chains moving. Wilson looking towards her left, rolls around, looking for a receiver, but the flag is pulled. A big stop there for the Royals. And that, my friends, is Madeline Portwood with the flag pull.
Beautiful. Beautiful job there by Portwood, staying with the receiver, making sure that you know where the line to gain is, and making sure that you're staying in front of it, making the pull. Textbook there. Let's take a look at this. You got to get across the line. Portwood was on top of her.
And what was a fast start for the Warriors quickly snuffed out by the Royals as they will now take over. And it's Ludwig's pass to Anna Pat Vincencini, and Vincencini has just had a sensational breakout year.
The Sun Conference Player of the Year. You know, let's think about it. The Sun Conference Player of the Year last year, Cynthia Holmes, goes to Ottawa, and somehow you find another Sun Conference Player of the Year to replace her.
Vincencini, a sophomore who is on the Panama national team, has really stepped up from a receiving end for the Royals, as it's Ludwig who puts it down, just a little bit more moves, hips and dipping her way for the 1st down and more, or just short, beg your pardon. And just a great play there for, I believe it was Destiny Whitmore.
I mean, you hear it in conventional football all the time. It's the same in flag. You go until the echo of the whistle, and that's exactly what Williams did there. Just kept running until they said stop.
Audrey Williams with a great pickup sets up the Royals for a 3rd and short. Ludwig's pass finds Vincencini for the 1st down.
Just move the chains, partner. That's all you got to do.
So we mentioned earlier that Weber International comes into this game with an 11-7 record overall on the season. Warner, who started off their season reeling off 14 straight wins before dropping their season finale to Keiser and then getting upset by the Nighthawks in the Sun Conference semifinal. And then from those 2 games, you have a little bit of a break. Then you come into pool play, and you're able to bounce back. You get the 2-0 preliminary record, able to just stave off the Warriors 13-12. And it seems like so far they're right back on track from where they started.
And their 13 points were in a comeback attempt versus Weber as well. So continued offensive success.
Ludwig again checking it down. This time it's to Kieran, who gets the pitch off to Williams. Question is, did she get the pitch off in time? And it looked like she did.
Yeah, you can see here the pitch back. Just trying to find extra yards, putting your back to the line to gain and seeing what you've got, trying to find an extra yard or 2.
Ludwig, the product from Lithia Springs, Florida, played in Newsom High School, now looking to try to lead the Royals offense in just her 3rd start of the season, as Ludwig will take off herself and she will keep it short. And normally you would see players stopping if it's a first down pickup, but she stops just shy of the first down, so about a 4th and 1. And in this position, you almost have to bank on the fact that the Royals are going to look to try to get this first down.
Yeah, it was a little odd there from Ludwig. It almost seemed like she was trying to come to a stop right at the line instead of trying to find a way to extend through.
And it could be perhaps they want to make sure that if they know they're going to get this first down, maybe try to make it a 1st and 15 for a 1st and goal situation instead of right at the 20. But a balanced gun there for the Royals. Got the scat back in Williams. Will throw the middle, and it's picked off and dropped. Either way, it's a turnover on downs. Riley Bolser in the right place at the right time.
Oh, man, just not enough air underneath that. You had a wide open receiver for the first down. And you can see here, just nice job realizing where you are in space from Riley Bolser and calling off the dogs on the rush to drop back and see if you can get the pick. That's exactly what she did. Weber gets another crack at it one more time here.
So Weber now in fairly good position at approximately the 24. First down, it's Wilson looking back towards the middle and has a reception in Sigmundi.
Sigmundi has been just a steady Eddie all season, in the right place at the right time, always making the catch that she needs to. Solid, if not unspectacular, in the best of ways.
So this will now bring up a 2nd down situation. Got to get to midfield if you're the Warriors. But to your point, just another opportunity, and just again seeing Sigmundi's performance. We've seen a little more highlights from her on the defensive end, but she also has contributed to the offensive side of things and has found a way to keep the ball moving. As Wilson will go and air this one out, and almost intercepted by the Royals, and just well covered there that time by Chanel Harrison.
That was covered well, was a little bit out of phase with the wide receiver, was kind of lucky here as we take a look at this replay that Wilson just underthrows it as she's a little out of phase with the wide receiver. Wilson leads her receiver a little more. That's 6.
So 3rd down upcoming. Again, balanced gun for the Warriors. Wilson rolling right and just can't get the pass off to Bolser. Vincenzini on the coverage that time, but Bolser was just locked down on that out route.
That's going to force a punt from Weber. Coming into this tournament, we all thought that of these two squads, Weber had the better offense, but the Warner defense has stepped up here in this tournament and silenced, for the most part, the Warrior attack.
Bria Cam with the punt. Nice punt at that. It'll be fielded by Williams, who gets more yards. Still on the herd, still on the move, and a flagpole made by Cam.
Wow.
An unreal run.
Absolutely, just made herself so low profile to the pole there. You can see her just getting those hips out and around. Man, that was very, very impressive. And look at Cam making the play. You never underestimate the punter.
Yeah, and that time, again, you look back on that replay, the positioning of Williams' flags, and sometimes when you're moving your hips like that, the flags have a tendency to come back a little bit more, and sometimes you might have 2 flags on the backside. But either way, great play for Warner, sets him up big as Ludwig goes over the middle, and looks like it'll be incomplete pass, but almost gave it right back to the Warriors.
Dangerous play there. You had her bracketed, and just not a great decision there by Kayla Ludwig to try to fit that ball in a tight window. But that's what you get. You've got a freshman quarterback who is making, what, her 3rd start?
First official start was that first preliminary game earlier when Warner face the likes of the Milligan Buffs. Ludwig over the top again and just over the head of Bolzer, but really no Royal receiver anywhere in that route.
Man, Tim Mims needs to, I think he needs to call a timeout and settle down his freshman right now. She's getting tunnel vision. She's not seeing where the Warriors are in space. She's getting locked into one receiver. Needs to get that freshman calmed down here. But into the first quarter, he'll get his opportunity.
I was just getting ready to say, you took the words right out of my mouth. You got the end of the quarter timeout here that they'll have a chance to regroup. But at the end of one, it's been back and forth, but still no score here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be back after this, but again, tight contest here in this in the rivalry of the Crooked Lake teams. So now it'll be the Warner Royals offense on a 3rd and short to start the second quarter. Last time they were in this position, we saw Ludwig roll to the right and keep it short. Will the Royals try to get the first down this time? Ludwig will roll to her left. She'll throw it up, finds Vincencini, but a flag is on the play. We'll see if it's coming back.
In the backfield, that could be on either team there. Let's see what it's called.
So a personal foul. And based off the direction of the fields, it looks like this one may be coming back, and it is. Personal foul on the Royals.
That is very, very disappointing. That takes you from a very manageable 3rd down to a place where you're 4-down territory easily, but you've got to make some good yardage on this 3rd down play. That's personal fouls not like that on 3rd down are so killer.
So 3rd and long for the Royals. They've spread out the Weber Warrior defense. Balanced gun, scat back close towards the line. And Ludwig's going to loft it towards the left side and just out of the hands of the receivers that time, and a 4th down situation upcoming. Pass intended for DeSimone.
Yeah, now you've got a choice. You're going to telegraph this next play. It's obviously a pass if you go for it. Looks like they're going to punt, though.
They could be looking to try to do a coffin corner punt, because, again, you also have to look at the positioning. If they didn't get this, this would set up great field position for Weber International. The way that they've been moving offensively, you're better off taking this punt.
And it's a little, oh, that's a great punt. That checked up beautifully. Holy cow. What a kick.
It's a risk that you take anytime it's a closer punt, but in that point in particular, just tremendous, not coffin corner punt, but a punt that gets you within 5 yards of the end zone, and that really puts Weber in a bind, but just great position defensively for the Royals to keep them in their own box. On 1st down, just out of the reach, but still found a way to snag it in. And a penalty upcoming. But what a snag there by Weber International, Zoe Mello.
And that's going to be extra yards. Madeline Portwood was just a little physical on that defense. Portwood is sitting there with the "what did I do" look.
And sometimes when you play that physicality portion, that's where you have to keep yourself in check. Obviously, you want to be physical when you're playing that defensive effort. But it is a little unfortunate just to see that for the Warner end of things.
So that's 2 unsportsmanlikes in past 5-6 minutes for Warner. They need to make sure that they're playing within themselves.
Wilson again checking it down towards the left side. Finds Henry for a few.
Simple pitch and catch right there, stays with the sticks. It's an easy second down.
Battle of the Crooked Lake rivalry here between these two squads. Again, in the umpteenth match of the 2024 season. Again, winner of this contest will take on Ottawa tomorrow right here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, as Wilson will look over the middle, just overthrows Bolzer.
Sam on the other end. He's having some accuracy issues early. We saw the underthrow that got knocked away. We've seen a couple of overthrows. Sam just needs to, on her side, play within herself. These quarterbacks early just need to settle into the flow of the game.
So third down and about 7. As Wilson again back to pass, will roll towards her left, looking for an open pass, and it's incomplete, but we got another flag coming up.
A lot of laundry early on in this game. Let's see what they call here.
You think this rivalry hasn't heated up to this point?
This time it's Weber with the personal foul.
So third down, they'll move the chains back just a little bit. So a fairly third and long play upcoming.
Yeah, this is going to be a toughie, 3rd and 15. From your own half, you have to at least try to make this very close in order to feel comfortable not punting.
Wilson back. Will look towards the right side. Does find Bolzer. A little bit of flag pulls and an arm out. But looks like she just fell shy.
That's exactly what you're looking for if you're Weber. A play that's going to make you comfortable going for it. It's about 3rd and 3.
Well, on the 4th down now, with a few yards to go, obviously you do got to reach midfield, but that pickup by Bolzer was instrumental and a manageable play to potentially pick up this 1st down. And now they're checking Bolzer just to make sure she's eligible. Eligible in the sense of, you know, with the flag belts, just making sure that everything is all set up. Because, of course, in any NFL flag tournament, any RCX style things, you want to make sure the flags are all checked together. Wilson overthrows, and it is a turnover on downs, and Warner is going to have great field position on this upcoming possession.
It's a nice job by Bunting to get her hand in there to make it a very tight window to throw in. And Sam Wilson just can't find the receiver on the play. Nicely defended.
A golden opportunity to keep the sticks moving into Royals territory falls for naught, and now it's the Royals who start in the Warrior territory. On this 1st down, it's Ludwig. He's going to check it down, but well short of Williams.
Yeah, just needs to settle in. Both of these quarterbacks making uncharacteristic errors. Just need to settle down, let the game come to you, take what the defense gives you. On that play, Ludwig did a really good job of falling back and let the rusher come to her, but just needed to get the ball maybe out a little earlier just to give herself a little more time to think and release the ball and get it up high enough to where her running back could make something out of it.
For the Royals on second down, Ludwig to her right will roll, and she will get the sack.
Just not quick enough running and rolling out of the pocket. Did have a receiver downfield, just can't get rid of it. Got to be a little bit quicker with getting the ball out here, because now it's third down and 12-13.
Jasmine Henry on the sack, just in time before Ludwig was able to get that pass off.
That's a long third down.
Ludwig this time looking to her left, will check it back down, and again can't connect with Williams. And a big decision here for the Royals, but you got to be thinking they got to go for the punt.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to punt from the 36-yard line, you're going to punt in the same situation 7 yards back. It's exactly what they're going to do, try to replicate that coffin corner. And I got to tell you, it's going to be whoever settles down first that's going to win this game, because both of these teams are playing extremely nervously, timidly right now.
And both of these teams have really had the potential so far. I mean, we've seen both teams move the ball to a certain degree, as this punt will be fielded and the flagpole will be made, and that'll set the Weber Warriors up at around approximately the 26-yard line. Now, Cheyenne Duran picking up that punt return.
Not as good a punt as last time. Got a little bit underneath it. Didn't quite have the distance on it. Even if she had kicked that ball from where she kicked it last time, it still would have been rather short. Disappointing punt there, but it's a welcome gift for the Warriors.
Just under 3.5 left to go in this first half. No score here in the first quarterfinal matchup of the NAIA National Quarterfinal bracket, as it's Wilson. Checks it down, finds Gonzalez, will pick up the first down. Check that, will pick up just a good short yards.
Nice job there. Getting over by Portwood, who was leading, setting the pace in pulls in that first quarter. Picks up where she's leaving off there. Really just I mean, we see it. It's a tight ball game with the score, but even statistically, it's a very tight score between these two teams.
Weber International trying to return to its third national semifinal in the 4 years that NAIA flag football has been doing this. Wilson finds Gonzalez, makes another cut move, still on her feet. No flag pulled yet, but finally pulled both times by the Warner Royals.
Warner defensive coordinator's not going to be happy with that. Yesterday he was subbing out anyone who missed a flag pull. He might have to sub out a few here.
But Gonzalez again hipping her way through. Vincencini missing flags, but finally pulled down. It took the Warner linebacker to finally grab the flag.
This can take us to the 2-minute warning. 3rd and 2, a very manageable third.
So a false start on Weber International. And partner, the penalties haven't been kind to either team as well today.
Yeah, I think that's just another symptom of these teams playing very nervously, very timidly, neither one of them look any at all comfortable. And you can see it in the quarterbacks. You can see it in the receivers. It's just both sides need to settle down, simmer down.
At the 2-minute warning, 3rd and manageable. Wilson looking towards her left side and off the hands of Henry again.
That was perfectly placed. And we've talked about how Wilson's had some accuracy issues today. That was a perfect over-the-top ball. Had her receiver. Henry touches it with both hands. Boy, Heidi, you're going to want that one back. That one's going to hurt you.
That's twice now that Jasmine Henry had home run plays gift wrapped it just off her hands. And on 4th down, that's going to force the Warriors to go for the punt. Bree Cam looking to try to make another sensational punt.
Try to kick it away from where you did last time, though.
And the graduate is going to kick this one sort of out of bounds. Referees will officially place it around the 19. And that's where the Royals will start their drive.
$1:44 left in this opening half. Both teams playing timidly. Someone's got to step up. Someone's got to make a play. Because once the first score occurs, hearts have been broken, the ice will be broken, and we'll see touchdowns aplenty, but someone's got to open this scoring.
On 1st down, Ludwig's going to go towards the right side, finds a receiver for the 1st down and more. Angie Bunting with a spectacular catch.
Nice job there. Ludwig underthrows it just a little bit. But Bunting adjusts, sees where it is, comes back. Defensive back there just not quite in position to make a play on the ball.
Warner Royals working quickly. Ludwig is going to find Bunting again. This time overthrows her freshman receiver out of Panama.
Talk about that Panamanian connection. Good grief with Bunting and Vincencini. They are they're recruiting out of Central America is pretty good right there.
Well, the key thing about recruiting is you got to find the right base that's going to help you win games. I mean, you look at the recruiting standpoint. Thomas mainly recruits out of Georgia and Florida. Ottawa recruits out of Vegas and whoever's in Kansas. And for Warner, it's just trying to go out of Panama. Ludwig. And it looks like they're going to give the sack to Jazz Henry, who again defensively has held her own.
Very nicely done there, and I'm not 100% certain who Ludwig thought she was going to be going towards on that play, but just, again, it's the symptom of the same problem again. Referees are going to huddle up and have a chat real quick.
I want to remind our listeners that coming up in the next game will be the 2nd quarterfinal matchup. Keiser versus St. Thomas, the 3rd seed taking on the 6th seed in the bracket. Thomas and Ottawa. Or should I say Ottawa and Thomas if we're going to talk about the number 1 then number 2 seeds. Both on a bye today. They will get that much-needed day of rest to be ready for the semifinals and championship game on Friday.
I tell you what, Ottawa, with the way they've constructed their roster, where you have very few players that play both ways, if any, you give them an extra day of rest, that's almost unfair.
And there's more to talk about with them, but the storied season that they've had so far, most losses in a 2024 season, and most losses heading into Atlanta has been a little bit rough for the Braves, but they're just coming back in form at the right time. And again, to be at the number 1 seed, to do what you need to do, to follow along with the right tie-breaking rules to get to that point, to get a bye, is instrumental. But it'll be 3rd and long for the Royals.
Looks like we're going to have a timeout here by Warner.
So another timeout called, 33 seconds. We'll actually keep it here, though, on the break. Corey, for Warner, this is the farthest they've ever gone. If you look at how they've performed in the last 4 years, you look at the way that they've played and where they've positioned themselves, barely snuck in the first 2 years, but fell in that first round of the national quarterfinals. Then last year we had the double elimination tournament, and they ended up going as far as to be one of the remaining 8 teams. Before that, heartbreaking loss to Kansas Wesleyan. And now starting off strong this season, going as far as 14-0 before dropping your game to Keiser, dropping the Sun Conference semifinal to Thomas, and now winning your preliminary games to get to this point as the number 4 seed in the quarterfinal, looking to try to get to the Final Four for the first time. How much does it mean for this Royals team to try to overcome a team that they know so well?
Man, this is – I feel like for Warner, they feel like they're playing with house money. This is a huge step up for them. And it's the first season in a few that they've been able to keep a quarterback healthy all through the season. It's a big deal out here.
So 3rd and long, Weber will back up on the coverage. Looks like potentially a cover 4. Ludwig's going to go deep for bunting, and it's knocked away. A great stop there for the Warriors. 4th down coming up.
Yeah, and it's, again, you're going to force the punt here from Warner. This one's going to have to be a little bit longer. But nice job by Weber on the back end, keeping everything in front of you. And we'll see, the home run ball has been there for Weber. They just haven't connected yet. So we'll have to see. It's a dangerous spot to be in for Warner.
Trinity Kieran already had one deep pump before. Can she pin the Warriors back again? Cannot this time. And so a little bit more breathing room for the Warriors, but 21 seconds, partner. We've seen Sam Wilson find ways to move the ball downfield. Is it going to be enough time for the Warriors to break the game open?
Look, if she can hit one of those over-the-top balls, if maybe Jasmine Henry beats the secondary and is able to haul one in, one play, 8 seconds, it's about all you need.
So they'll set up in the default position at the 14. It'll be 1st and 6. So mathematically, again, if we're doing the math here correctly, partner, you're looking at about 66 yards to pay dirt. They will have Gonzalez back to block. Henry defended well, but a flag! And it'll be PI on Chanel Harrison.
You hate to see it because, you know, it is a 50-50 ball, but Harrison just uses a little bit too much body on that pass interference call.
And that's going to give Weber International new life and, of course, the automatic 1st down.
Still 16 seconds. You're gonna have to move. You're gonna have to be looking for that over-the-top ball. You need 40 yards in very short order to make yourself feel comfortable with a large portion of your playbook.
They'll move Gonzalez up on the scat back. It's going to be a direct snap to Sammy Gonzalez. Will keep the clock moving, though.
The only thing I can think of why you would do that and then call a timeout?
A little bit. There had to have been a play set up, and already you can tell on the sidelines Jeff Molesky talking with the crew, and it seems like maybe something wasn't communicated clearly on that alleged play.
Yeah, that's just a really odd set of circumstances. You run a running play into the middle of the field. I mean, obviously, if she gets out, she gets out, but the chances of that versus a home run ball, is kind of small. Um, unsure what the thought process was there, but far be it from me to second guess Jeff Molesky. He knows. Look, that man's forgotten more about flag football than I'll ever know.
And again, Jeff Molesky, who also serves with sports information duties at Weber International, trying to handle dual roles, as it's Wilson who will find a receiver over the middle, and the flagpole will be made.
Had a wide receiver deep there.
Just checking it down to Leah Bailey, who the freshman getting her first reps in on this year. I believe a final timeout called for the half.
Yeah, it's about Hail Mary time. I mean, at this point.
Or perhaps do you coordinate things with a pitch game upcoming, keep it short, and then just lateral it back and forth?
If you can find something into the next quadrant, you know, you may be able to find an out route or something that'll get you out of bounds and give you a free stoppage of time. But you've now limited your options here, and it's not what you want to do. Being you know, 0-0 near the end of the half, you want to give yourself every possibility of scoring on the last drive of the half.
Now about 43 yards away, we'll see if Wilson elects to go with the deep ball, but they have a double quarterback. She will go deep ball, and it is picked.
It's the risk you take when that's a known thing. I'm sure Warner's gonna take a knee and go into halftime, but that is the risk you take when you have now telegraphed what you have to do. You're going to set your defense in such a way that, you know, you run that cover 4. You know it's going over the top. You play a little bit of prevent.
A gift-wrapped pick for Andrea Castillo will put the Royals at about the 22-23 for the final play of the first half. It looks like a timeout will be called. It seemed like with the way they were huddling, they were a little bit hesitant, but it was just only a matter of time before an actual timeout was called. And now, in this situation, it's a challenge in the sense of, do you actually try to keep it short, or do you try to go a long ball yourself for the Royals? We've seen more success from deep balls from Weber than we have from the Warner Royals, but they have been able to come down with consistent catches.
Honestly, if it's me, I take the knee and go into half. It's you're on the 23-yard line. It's a fur piece to go. You're not going to be able to get it there on the fly. If you throw a deep ball and try to lateral your way to a score, there's a distinct possibility that what you're going to find is a pick 6.
Absolutely, no question about that. It goes back to the organization piece and just making sure you're coordinating who's open on the field. But final play of the first half, Warner has one receiver back. Looks like they'll have a couple of blockers, and Ludwig is going to take off with this one. But the flag is pulled by Jazz Henry. No dice for the Royals.
That's going to be into the first half. Again, just take the knee, go into half, cut your losses.
Jazz Henry now with her 3rd sack of the contest. And what a better way to head into the locker room and keep things no score here in this quarterfinal matchup. We'll step aside and we'll be back for a little bit of halftime stats as well as what to anticipate for the rest of the day. And we will get you all posted with updates and results from our 2024 Women's NFL NAIA Flag Football Finals. And we're back here, folks, just moments away from starting the second half. Angelo Pontello and Corey Thorpe here with you. And as we look at the first half stats, it seems like there's not as much going on, but there's a little bit more of a story than just a 0-0 contest at the moment. You look again at both teams and how they played so far. First, Sam Wilson, 11 for 18 with 1 interception, but 109 yards passing in the air. And it feels like, Corey, that number should have easily surpassed 150, if not knocking on 200, had it not been for the critical drops.
Yeah, that's been really the story of this game, has been Weber's inability to hit the deep over-the-top ball. You get the feeling that they'll hit it eventually, but it's been a story of inconsistent quarterback play on both sides. It's been a struggle for both teams to find any sort of offensive rhythm.
And speaking of inconsistencies and lack thereof of offensive rhythm, Kayla Ludwig on the other side, 5 for 12 with 1 interception and just 57 yards passing. But to that end, I mean, Jazz Henry has some odd 3 sacks so far in this contest, and that's also played a factor in terms of the pressure point and what the Warriors have done defensively to hold down the fort.
Yeah, they've been able to, with a singular rusher, make Ludwig very uncomfortable in the backfield. You've got to figure out, if you're Tim Mims, how to keep your quarterback clean back there and unpressured. See if you can find a way to get down the field. They've not been able to so far in this game, and you've got to get something. Someone's got to get something, because you can't win if you don't score. But at the same time, you also know it's likely a matter of time before Weber hits one of those over-the-top balls. You want to be able to have a score or 2 on the board so that when that happens, it doesn't hurt you.
And to that point as well, when you look at both sides of the ball, and as we're talking about inconsistencies and consistencies, one silver lining for Weber so far has been the play of senior Sammy Gonzalez, 4 for 52, including that 31-yard breakout, just again with those hip moves. And that's truly the name of the game in flag. If you know how to move your hips to get out of potential flag poles, then that really can open you up for at least 10, 15 more yards.
Yeah, and so we'll have to see a little bit more of that. Obviously, on the defensive side, Warner, Madeline Portwood, already has 7 pulls on the day. That's a big performance for a whole game, let alone a half. Warner's defense has not been the problem here most of the time. We've got to figure out a way. One of these teams has to figure out how to get into that rhythm, to get that consistency, or this is going to be a very low-scoring game.
Already we have seen shades of low-scoring games. Again, you look back to yesterday's contest, 13-12 between these two teams. And even in terms of a history standpoint, when you look at the overall scoring, I mean, again, this has been a situation where in the last 8 contests, Weber has fell 5 of those 8 times, and it really just, what can you anticipate? Still fairly even between these two teams, but like we alluded to earlier, when you have 2 coaches, Tim Mims and Jeff Molesky, that have played with and against each other, it's like a chess match theoretically, and you know what to anticipate from 2 teams. But 13-12, then 14-12 earlier in the year in Babson Park. So they know all about keeping it 2 scores. Second half beginning, Ludwig looking to that right side and finds Vincenzini for a couple.
I think that's a smart play. Nothing crazy. Just see if you can establish a rhythm. Vincenzini, the Sun Conference Player of the Year. Nothing big, nothing splashy, nothing special. Just get your quarterback in a rhythm and then let the game take care of itself.
A lot of adjustments here, but nevertheless, if Warner's tempo gets a little bit more underneath them, we could see the Royals start to slowly come back into things. Second down, Ludwig now over the middle and just out of the hands of Vincenzini.
It was interesting what Weber did on that play defensively. They threatened 2 rushers, and then dropped 1 into coverage. So the running back there for Warner really was going to have a difficult time figuring out which direction the pressure was coming from, trying to see if they can crack starting quarterback Kayla Ludwig.
Warner, balance gun. Williams will step in front from the scat back position, looking for the throw, and just out of the hands of Bunting. Back-to-back drops there for the Royals, and now puts them in a real critical 4th down situation.
Wide receivers have got to help their quarterback out there. That's 2 crucial drops that you cannot have. You already know that your quarterback is struggling with rhythm, is struggling to get everything together. And as we see
it's just heartbreak right there.
Oh, man. Had both hands, and it hits you in the belly. They're going to go for it.
We've known Tim Mims to gamble quite a bit, but this is a huge gamble considering the game is still tied at the 10-minute mark with the 3rd quarter. Ludwig finds Bunting and will pick up the first.
Bunting redeems herself there. Textbook, catch it in the diamond. Don't worry about getting downfield, just get a first down.
So with a new set of downs, Warner has a little bit of life in them on this drive and a little more breathing room, if you will, to try to execute something. First down for the Royals. It's Ludwig again looking to her right. This time it's Vincencini. And with the outstretched arms of the sophomore is able to get extra yardage. That
is absolutely huge there. Nice job by Vincencini getting up, the 5'9" sophomore. It's a pretty big target to hit in the NAIA realm, and is able to haul it in. Flag is all about the little things, keeping the sticks moving.
On 2nd down, Warner, a little heavy on the weak side, but Ludwig will roll that way, will check it down and finds a receiver. And believe that's Allison Mangiotti. First time we've called her name all day today, but a veteran on this Royal squad.
Nice job by Mangiotti there to get that. The throw and the run's always going to be a tough one. It's a nice job by Ludwig to put it there. Nice grab by Mangiotti. Had a defender on her back. Still comes up with the catch and sets you up with a reasonable 3rd down.
Warner this time will overload on the strong side. Ludwig towards the right. We'll check it back the other way, and it's Mangiotti for the first down and more. It's Mangiotti, 1 man to beat, but can't beat the likes of Sigmundi, and a huge reception for the Royals.
What a nice play design that was. Absolutely gorgeous. You roll your quarterback out to the strong side. You've got the receiver coming the other direction. Mangiotti breaks the defense, flowing to the strong side, and is able to get down the field. Beautiful. Great call by Tim Mims right there to make a game-breaking play.
Caitlin Sigmundi saving 6 for the Weber International Warriors, as it'll be a 1st and long, but 1st and goal at that. Warriors looking to try to make the stop. It's the Royals trying to check it down again and finds Vincencini with another nice reception.
Something you'll notice on that, now that I'm looking for that going back to the other side, the running back was leaking out onto the weak side of the field. If you can stop Ludwig there, you have that backside option there. You could potentially, in a couple plays, catch Weber off balance with that.
On 2nd and end zone, reception to Bunting. We'll get about a nice pickup there, and we'll continue to cut the field shorter for the Royals.
And look at that. All of a sudden, we have offensive rhythm. It's a beautiful thing.
3rd down as they continue to move their way forward. Weber Warriors looking for that goal line stand. And so a couple of offensive substitutions in. One of the players checking in, back in, Nicolette DeSimone, who has been a threat in the red zone for the Royals. Ludwig looking left for a wide open receiver's got Simone for the first score.
Very well done. Ludwig stood in the pocket, took the rush, stood tall, didn't freak out, found her receiver. Beautiful, beautiful job. Take a look at this. You got it in your face. Fires a perfect ball and finds it for 6. And now upcoming a crucial PAT.
The PAT is always the most important piece after you're scoring a touchdown, because again, you look at it and it can determine what the outcome is like if you need to score another touchdown or if you are good with the PAT standpoint. Warner in a balanced gun. Williams stepping forth and a timeout called.
Not sure Tim Mims just saw something he didn't like there, but odd place to call one midway through the third quarter. We saw yesterday, especially when, without the scoreboard, without an ability to see how many timeouts were remaining yesterday at Franklin Gateway, it's really easy to lose track of timeouts. It's just an odd one to call here on the PAT, but it is crucial as we had said before.
It was the play of Allison Mangiotti with a short route turn, big play that set things up for Warner to find a Ludwig to Nicolette DeSimone touchdown in that left corner of the end zone. And like you alluded to, Corey, sometimes what you need is that little bit of an offensive spark and a little bit of the offensive rhythm. And now the extra point. Ludwig looking to the left and finds Vincencini. 7-0 Royals.
Nice job. Drop back max protect there. Kept the center in to block. Made sure that you kept the nose clean there of Kayla Ludwig. Finds Vincencini for the extra point. That is a huge, huge play. Yeah, as you see here, max protect, give your quarterback all the time in the world, and you still find some open space in the end zone. That's a rarity.
So now the Warriors are forced to respond here if they can come up with the equalizing score. As Wilson on first down looks towards her left, finds Henry and more. A little bit of a truck stick, but again, really it was more about being in the way. That time trying to stop her tracks was Jade Maziotta.
And Maziotta was not happy with that at all. She wanted that flag there for contact.
To that point, though, if you're a defensive player and you happen to square up against somebody who's trying to get around, sometimes it can be a bang-bang play depending on who is making that call. But Wilson looks over the middle, swatted away. It's Chanel Harrison with the big incomplete break.
Got a flag in the backfield here on Weber. Holding. Add insult to injury there for the Warriors.
And it looks like the official call there, even from a holding standpoint, looked like it, as head referee was indicating, a little bit of a bump to impede on that rush. But again, a great pass break up there for Chanel Harrison, really putting the Weber International Warriors in a bind on a first and long. Wilson can't reach it over the middle.
I thought that might have been another flag. I mean, it was just a, the flag football flag. The neon green on that gets me.
Well, usually in the rule, they want to make sure that the flags are different colors than what the shorts would indicate. You know, one of the biggest challenges is you want to make sure that the flags aren't the same color as the shorts because that can be pretty confusing. But again, with the team uniforms and the school designs, it makes it very easy to make sure that color schemes won't be an issue. Sam Wilson on the right side, and just off the hands of Bolzer, just couldn't reel it in.
And now the Dropsies have changed sidelines. As Bolzer can't bring it in, that's a big drop there. You needed some yardage after that holding play, and now it's going to be 3rd down here as we take another look. That's when you're going to wish you had another shot at.
On 3rd down, Wilson again to the right side, finds Bolzer, but it'll just be a few yards picked up. Chanel Harrison on the flagpole, and a critical 4th down upcoming.
That's got to force Weber to punt at this point. They're too far back in their own territory. And that is what the doctor ordered for Warner right there. You get a score, you get a 3 and out. Now you're going to get the ball back up 7-0 late in the 3rd. You could take control of this game with another good offensive drive.
So very short punt this time by Cam. Oh, and that's brutal for the Warriors.
When it rains, it pours. Punt off the side of the foot, it's going to hurt your feelings right there.
The graduate student had just a tremendous punting performance up to that point, but now down 7-0 and punting it just about 5-6 yards away. An opportunity for Ludwig and the crew to extend their lead late in this 3rd quarter. So clock will roll now that the chains are set. Warner coming on this 1st down in a balanced gun. Williams will step forward as the scat back. Warriors looking to send a double rush. Ludwig on 1st down, attacking the middle, finds Vincencini, will pitch it out to Bunting, who can't hang on to it. Good idea, Reed, just poorly executed on the pitch.
Nicely done there. But yeah, just like you said, Vincencini just couldn't get the pitch off. That would have been an almost miraculous snag on the edge there by Bunting if she'd been able to reel that one in. But didn't quite have the long enough arms to have the grasp on that one.
Nevertheless, though, that picks up a 1st down for the Royals. The 1st and goal. Ludwig towards her right, finds a nice pass for Bunting. Bunting will get her flag pulled down at the 6.
And now that you have some rhythm for Warner, now that rush in the face of Kayla Ludwig just is not impacting her as much as it was when she was having to think about what she was doing. Now that she's in the zone, it's going to be hard to get her out. You might have to blitz.
Well, that time the Warriors did send a little bit of a pressure blitz, but they did leave the middle open. Ludwig saw that quickly, and I can't believe we have the tongue twister issues right now on the air. But 15 seconds and rolling in the 3rd quarter. Royals could score, but it'll be a direct snap to Williams. But there's a flag down.
Let's see what they're going to call here.
Got a feeling this might be coming back. Illegal shift call, and yes, it is. It'll be coming back.
Does stop the momentum a little bit for Warner. but they do repeat the down. Still only second down from the 10-yard line. Weber's really going to have to bow up here.
Michaela Michael, the senior veteran leader for this Warner Royals squad, coming in to check in the play, will be lined up on the far left side. And it looks like a timeout's called, or beg your pardon, the end of the third quarter based off the running of the clock as soon as the chains are set. So just as soon as the play was called and that they needed to be brought in, now one more quarter left in regulation, but the Warner Royals hanging on to a tight 7-0 lead, looking to win their first ever quarterfinal contest in program history to advance to the Final Four portion. Meanwhile, for the Weber International Warriors, trying to return to its third national semifinal in 4 years. We'll step aside for the moment as you are listening to the 2024 NAIA NFL Flag Women's Flag Finals presented by RCX Sports. Fourth quarter of play in action, and as always, never too short of a time in between break quarters as Ludwig will now roll to her right, and this one thrown down to the ground.
Ludwig had a really good third quarter. You know, we talked about her being, 5 of 12 at halftime, and now she's 15 of 24. That third quarter was very kind to her there. And the yards per play has gone up dramatically. It was 2.8 at half, almost knocking on the door of 5 now.
On third down, Ludwig checking it short and could not connect with Bunting.
Seems that the quarters in could not have come at a better time for Weber, who is now got a little bit of wind back in their sails defensively.
And so suddenly, the Royals now face a 4th and long situation in the red zone. And really, Corey, with the way these two teams have played, this could potentially decide the contest. Balance gun again for the Royals. Williams in front as the scat back, Ludwig. Ludwig takes the snap. She's going to go for the end zone, and it is caught for the touchdown. It's Allison Mangiati.
That is absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. We talked about going score, 3 and out, score. That's exactly what Warner's done. And now with 10.5 minutes left, the momentum is purely in the Royals' court.
Ludwig was just finding an open target in the middle, and Mangiati just all day today knew exactly where she needed to be to find open pockets to expose the open holes in that Weber International defense. And this time it results in a score for the Royals, and now an opportunity to get the extra point. Ludwig will find an open Vincenzini in the back of the end zone, and just like that, 14-0. And the tides have really turned here for the Royals.
Holy cow. How is Vincenzini that open in the back of the end zone? That's insane. You can lose track of a player like that.
And again, just back of the end zone, again, finding those open pockets. Vincenzini just drawn up very well. And now the Warriors in a really deep hole.
They got to find some momentum and fast.
So it'll be Sam Wilson quickly getting over the middle. It's Bree Cam with her first reception.
It gets you the first down. It's about all you. That's really all you need on that is just move the sticks.
Working quickly are the Warriors. New set of downs. They have Sammy Gonzalez in the back. This is Wilson looking towards her right. We'll check it down, and it's Bolzer with the reception. And again, with those outstretched arms, finds a way to add another yard or two to that reception.
Something I've noticed in this second half is that the deep balls have not been there for Weber. We said at halftime that it's not if but when. Well, now it's looking not when but if, as the defense of Warner has cracked down on those long routes.
With the block and pressure, Wilson looking towards that near side and almost intercepted. Angie Button could have potentially thrown in the dagger.
Well, there was the long pass that I was just referencing, and a little overthrown there and bunting. Just like you said, partner. Could have put the dagger in the heart. Great job from the safety, helping over the top.
And it was just in the freshman's hands, and she knew she should have had that too.
Brings up a third down. New life. Let's see what Weber does with it.
On the 3rd and long. A little spread out on the weak side, but Wilson is going to air this one deep over the middle, and this time it's picked. Angie Bunting finds a way to come up with the interception.
She said, this one ain't going through my hands this time. You give me, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. I think I got that backwards, but that's okay, because she got the interception.
Another chance deep towards the middle intended for Henry, but there were 2 Royal defenders just waiting in the vicinity. Check that, more like 1 with Bunting, but either way, Bunting finally gets on the defensive stat sheet.
And with 8 minutes left, Warner just needs to find a way to shorten this game. At this point, you don't necessarily need to score, but you need to milk that clock for all it's worth.
Warner currently in position to set up a date with the Ottawa Braves on Friday in a NAIA National semifinal matchup. Pitch back towards the right side, still on her feet. And a nice pickup there for the Royals. That's Catherine Hutchinson, the freshman out of Woodstock.
It's a look that we haven't seen for Warner, that dual quarterback look there, the utility quarterback look, that is. Throws him off a little bit, I think, from Weber, a little bit of a wrinkle in the offense. There's not many of those left between these two coaches.
And again, like we alluded to earlier, you know, when you go up against a coach that you practically know all their secrets, it's a matter of if you're going to win on a good day. They send Henry. Ludwig finds Bunting again, and she will fall just shy of the first.
That's okay, because it's 3rd down and extremely short. That's very acceptable to where you are. Heck, you might even be able to try a shot play into the next quadrant. But honestly, to me, shorten the game, get the first down, keep it going.
As Warner gets set, we hit the 6-minute mark of regulation. And Ludwig, looking for a receiver, overthrows Michael.
Pressure got in very quickly that time. Jazz Henry almost had herself a 4th sack on the day. But again, it's not something that's terrible. So Warner's going to punt here.
It's an interesting decision. Again, we've mentioned earlier on the broadcast, Tim Mims is more of a gambler in these type of situations where he'll still go for the first regardless of the situation. But in this particular case. We're seeing a little bit of more conservatism. And now an opportunity for Weber International late to see if they can string something together.
There's still lots of time here, especially with the 2-minute warning.
The pump by Kieran, and this one will just roll out of the end zone.
That's wise. Take your touchback, and let's not worry about running any more time off this clock.
But either way, according to the rules in the setup system, the clock is still rolling under the 5-minute mark. But at this rate, to what you're alluding to, Weber has no time to waste here. Got to find something to get towards the end zone quickly. Wilson on first down. We'll find Bolzer with a good snag and a first down.
She's been clutch all game. Maybe only the one drop, but other than that, she's been time and again right there for quarterback Sam Wilson.
Throughout this entire tournament, the only shutout that we have seen so far was Ottawa's win over Campbellsville. Warner trying to join that elite group right now with this quarterfinal matchup as Wilson can't get it off in time, and a great stop there for the Warner defense.
Partner, you're going to make our friends from Thomasville, Georgia very unhappy with that statement, as they also pitched a shutout against Reinhardt yesterday.
You're absolutely right, my friend. Spoke a little too soon, but either way, looking to now become the third team to post a shutout in this tournament piece are the Warner Royals. About 3:40 to go in regulation. And Henry over the middle. Looked like she missed a few defenders, but the flagpole will be made by Vincenzini.
That's a first down there. It's good to move the sticks, but I mean, at this point, you really need to be taking this field in larger chunks. You have zero time to waste at this juncture, especially if your defense allows a long drive to Warner on the ensuing possession.
On first down for Weber, it's Warner who sends two this time and will find an open receiver in the middle. Will pick up the first. No problem there for the Warriors. Leah Bailey coming in clutch for Weber International. Second down now for Wilson. Towards the middle, will loft this one in the air and just out of the reach of her intended target.
That's what you need a little more of. Maybe not that much of a shot play as we come up to the 2-minute warning, but you know, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here where Weber's got to make something happen and fast.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they were going to try to get that play off in time as we've now hit the 2-minute warning. And not sure if Weber International has called any timeouts yet in this half, but even with 3 timeouts and a score here, you got to act quickly. Wilson looking for an open receiver in the middle and almost picked off. Madison Portwood could have had the potential to have a game-clinching interception, and looks like Portwood might be down as well.
That's unfortunate for Warner, especially with her being the leading defender there. You hope it's nothing serious, because obviously, I mean, no one wants to see anyone hurt. You also, if you're looking at this from Ottawa's standpoint, you don't want to. You want to face your opponent at full strength.
So we will step aside for a quick 10 seconds. Hopefully Madison Portwood will be okay. 1:54 to go in regulation. Warner up 14-0. So 4th down. This is for the season for Weber. Wilson checks it down, looking for the flagpole. Did they get it in time? Yes, they get the 1st down, but a quick pickup there. Sammy Gonzalez keeping the Warriors season alive.
Big play there to keep the drive alive, keep it moving, but you really do need to be going a good bit faster here if you're Weber, because look, if you don't score twice in 2 minutes, you become glorified cheerleaders for the rest of this tournament.
With a minute 35 and rolling, there has to be more of a sense of urgency for Weber, as it's Wilson on 1st down. Looking towards the right, and we'll find an open receiver. We'll check it down, and Sigmundi will pick up a nice solid gain.
You got to get out of bounds on that. You cannot stay in bounds and let your flag get pulled.
It looks like, though, they did grant Sigmundi going out of bounds, because at the moment the clock is stopped on 2nd down.
It's a little surprising. I didn't think she got out.
Weber in a balanced gun. Wilson checks it down to the middle and just out of the hands of Bailey.
You got to have that there. That's unfortunate for them. It does stop the clock though, so that is nice. But yeah, Weber's out of time. They're moving a little slowly unless they can force a turnover from Warner.
So 3rd and short for this Warriors offense. Again, Warner's defense has an opportunity here to slam the door shut on Weber's scoring chances as well as the season, as Wilson looks towards her left, finds an open receiver, 1st down. Zoe Mello will just go out of bounds. And the referees are going to signal the clock will still continue to run.
I think her knee went down is what happened there. I think that was a good no call. There was a little bit of contact, but I do think she was going down through the contact.
So chains are set. 63 seconds and rolling. Wilson in the red zone again will get the nice catch over the middle to Bailey. Good, nice, sizable yards. And I believe a timeout now called by the Warriors.
Unfortunately, I think that's too little too late. With what you had going, you needed that timeout a few plays ago to stop the clock, where it's a little late to try to do that with 54 seconds needing 2 scores.
Because now at this point, you have a timeout called, then you have to look at the logistics of what the play clock looks like. And so if you don't score here or on this next play, what do you do if you're Weber International?
Hope you can get a pick. I mean, at this point, you're pinned against the wall. If you can't score here in 3 plays, your season's easily over.
On 2nd and goal, 54 seconds left of potentially the season for the Warriors, but Wilson can't connect with Henry, drops it.
It does stop the clock. I mean, she's in the middle of the field. It's going to be kind of hard for her to get out to the sideline, so that might have actually been better.
3rd down, Wilson over the middle. Bailey again. And she falls shy. Flag pulled at the 2-yard line, and that's going to force the Warriors to call another timeout.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. You really would have wanted that there, but I do agree the call was correct.
But now you look at that situation, and it forces you to use another critical timeout that you would have needed when Warner gets the ball back.
I mean, that's a little bit of play design there. You needed your first options to be out on the edge. That way, if you don't make it, you can get out of bounds. Otherwise, you come up with a situation like this where it's 4th and goal on the 1.
So it's do or die now for Sam Wilson and the Warriors. Again, looking to try to return to its 3rd semifinal in 4 years. Warner trying to make history and go to the NAIA National Semifinals for the first time in program history. Rolling around on 4th down, this is Mello. Mello blocked! And the Royals have done it!
Nicely done. You stay with it. You get your hands up in the air. That is beautiful right there.
Lauren Clark icing this contest with a swatted down pass breakup. Zoe Mello trying to keep it alive, but Lauren Clark at the speed of light comes in and delivers the final blow. And it'll be the Warner Royals that'll move on and take on the Ottawa Braves Friday morning at 9.
Now, normally you would say you just need this and go home. But right now, you actually do have to get out of your own end zone.
Absolutely, and with 40 seconds to go, I would imagine that they would either be direct snaps or just quick pitches. But around the 2, it'll be a snap to Ludwig, and the flagpole is made by Bolzer. And now, partner, it's just a matter of a formality at this point.
Yep. Go into victory formation and enjoy it for about half a day.
Absolutely. So a huge win for the Royals, and that'll recap the 2024 volume of this rivalry at the Crooked Lake. Once again, ending in Atlanta, Georgia in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. As the final score here, the Royals take care of business and defeat the Weber International Warriors 14-0, and will move on to play the number 1 seeded Ottawa Braves Friday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And Corey, you couldn't have captivated a better ending for the Warner Royals, but for the Weber International Warriors, they'll have some work to do in the offseason.
Yeah, they will. We'll have to see. Sam Wilson is possibly coming back, possibly not. We'll have to see what her options look like. But you have a couple of spots to fill on your team. You've got to make sure that you're recruiting well and that you are able to make it back. Otherwise, for Warner, their season's not done. There are greater things to accomplish here for these Royals. They are still alive and kicking.
So great game there. We'll see them back tomorrow at 9 for an exciting contest. Few shout-outs in the meantime. Our executive producer, Nick Morrissey, helping us out. Our replay operator, Sean Gilbert, getting those awesome slow-motion shots for you to explain plays further. Our audio producer, Jack Butler, with us, along with our stat producer, Katie Tooley, stat spotter, Kevin O'Tooley, bringing us the stats up to date to keep you posted on how this game has gone. But for my partner, Corey Thorpe, and the rest of the staff here, I'm Angelo Pontello saying thank you for tuning into the first quarterfinal, and stick with us here in about another 24 minutes as we will have our second quarterfinal game on the horizon. This is the NFL Flag NAIA 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by the Atlanta Falcons and RCX Sports. We thank you again for tuning into this contest. But for everybody here on the crew, I'm Angelo Pontello again saying thank you, and we will be back for the next game.
Well, one NAIA game is in the books today. One quarterfinal done, and a good one it was at that. Will the other one live up to the action? Well, we'll just have to see. I'm Corey Thorpe, your play-by-play guy for this early afternoon contest, a rematch between the St. Thomas Bobcats and the Keiser Seahawks. Alongside with me is Angelo Pontello running color today. Let's go ahead and go through our starting lineup, starting with the St. Thomas Bobcats. Bobcats come into this contest with a 12-5 record overall. Here's how they're going to line up. At quarterback, it's going to be number 14, Holly Neer. At running back, number 24, Dominique Perez Moore. At center, number 11, Leah Cruz. And the wide receiver quartet, number 6, Tyler Bryant, number 1, Jada Graham, number 12, Kaylee Miller, and number 3, Rayana Baker. Defensively at rusher, they'll start number 7, Cameron Campbell. At linebacker, the duet of number 10, Mayerly Kayon, and number 21, Quincy Jones. And also Maria Vega. Sorry, that is a trio of linebackers. The two corner positions will be manned by Tyler Bryant and Rayana Baker, 6 and 3 respectively. And then the single safety up top, number 4, Tashumba Washington. For the Keiser Seahawks, they come into this game with a 16-1 mark. They will start as follows. At quarterback, number 3, Jasmine Roden. At running back, the Kansas Wesleyan transfer, number 5, Brianna Hernandez Silva. At center, number 17, Adriana Rodriguez. And their wide receiver quartet, number 24, Kennedy Foster. Number 32, Ashley Clam. Number 11, Brenna Ramirez. Number 7, Chloe Griffin. Defensively, they'll start on the rush with number 2, Emma Wagenman. At linebacker, number 4, Samaya Bryant. At linebacker, number 0, Sydney Woodman. And then in between linebacker and defensive back, a little bit of a star or a jack or a money position. It's going to be number 24, Kennedy Foster. The other two corners will be Sophia Caprio, number 10, and number 8, Lizandra Amour. And then up top, the freshman at safety, number 32, Ashley Clam. These two teams have matched up before this season. It was a 25-13 win in Miami Gardens at St. Thomas's neighborhood, where they were able to tangle there. Obviously, Keiser coming away with the victory there. Angelo, talk to me about what these two teams need to do to advance to play Conference foe Thomas.
I mean, this has been a rivalry that, I mean, some could call it a rivalry, but this has been a series of games that has been predominantly won by Keiser. Now, in this game, I mean, even in Atlanta situations dating back to last year, as you and I both know, Keiser and St. Thomas, Keiser plays one way when they're at home and it's the regular season. But when it comes to the knockout stages and when the Mercedes-Benz finally hits, it really is more of an even surface playing field for both teams. As you remember from last year, St. Thomas had a double-digit lead against the Seahawks, but through determination and effort and the experience that Keiser has, they found their way to slowly but surely come back into the contest and take the game away from the Bobcats at the last second. Meanwhile, this year, Keiser's been able to steamroll through the competition. They finally obtained the Sun Conference tournament title once more, and through the regular season, feel like they've gone back to their 2021 ways. But part of that, in fact, is due to the additions that they've had to an already loaded roster, and now we're going to see on their perspective if they are going to have everything come to fruition and their drive for a Sun Conference, but NAIA national title begins now.
One thing I do know about both of these teams, they are extremely vocal. There's a great chance you're going to hear these teams cajoling each other on the sideline. These are two teams that are very proud, and they have a standard both to uphold. And they will let you know about that standard quite quickly if it comes to it. I think the big thing on this game is that you've got Jada Graham, Tashumba Washington, both actually playing. Who knows how actually healthy they are, but even having them playing is a really big deal.
Oh, no doubt about that. And you look again at all the storylines, and as we've alluded to in just times and times before, the more special thing about just these names that we've been calling between Tashumba Washington and a few others is now that this is year 4, and most of these players that we have seen have been with NAIA flag football since its inception in 2021. For some of these teams, this will be their final time in a collegiate uniform playing in an all 4-year standpoint. So, again, with this tournament, it's going to be extra special, but here, a matchup worth watching.
Roden takes the snap, goes to Hernandez Silva. Hernandez Silva gets her flag pulled very quickly by Tyler Bryant there. Hernandez Silva will serve as kind of a utility back there. It feels weird to call her a running back, the former Kansas Wesleyan quarterback at that. She'll be used as kind of a gadget player, whether it's in the running game, whether it's catching balls, whether it's as a second quarterback at times. Look to see her all over the field as they spread it from end to end. Takes the snap as Roden rolls to her right, looking. She's going to take off herself. She gets the first down and a lot more, and she gets taken down at the 30-yard line. And I mean that in every literal sense of the word.
Yeah, and again, you look at Roden's performance all year has been exceptional. The Sun Conference Offensive Player of the Year, really making it happen. We've always known Jazz Roden to be one of the more premier players in the Sun Conference, but now that we've translated it more on an NAIA national level, you know, this is an opportunity for her, you know, senior year, got to make sure you're finishing off strong. And like we were saying earlier, Keiser in full focus to try to claim a national title.
As Roden tosses it off, caught ball there by number 7, Chloe Griffin. That's going to be just shy of the line to gain, but a very quick start here for Keiser, who's obviously, you look at that Keiser team utilizing spacing here as we get a replay. Just a great job blocking there, honestly, but Chloe Griffin, with her heels on the outline, just finds a way to make it happen.
Yeah, and again, with Chloe Griffin and her story and what she's gone through as well, you know, she's battled through some adversity so far, but still being able to be a top receiver for Keiser is, you know, that much more special for the sophomore.
Roden takes the snap, looks, fires, caught ball there. First down and a lot more, goes back, and the pitch back to number 12 there.
Looked like Ashley Clam got the reception there that time in the right place, but we expect the freshman to get a lot of time playing in the slot area as well as holding it down on the defensive end.
Actually, I think that might have been.
But again, as you can see here, Corey, just again, typical routine play from a pitching standpoint. Notice the horizontal lines for Keiser, and that's where when you do the pitch game, you have to know where everybody is at all times and keep it moving.
Here's Roden on the handoff, goes back to Clam. Clam got the flag pull immediately. Keiser is going to use a lot of personnel. They're a very deep roster. You will see probably somewhere to the tune of 3 different players throw the football, whether it's going to be Brenna Ramirez that's going to act as quarterback sometimes, whether it's going to be Haley Young. They've brought in a whole lot. Valentina Finetti has thrown the ball in this tournament from time to time as Roden comes in motion. And it's going to be on the keeper here for number 5, Brianna Hernandez Silva, who gets a first down and more. I mean, this offense is varied as it is deep.
You know, and even during the regular season, I don't think we have seen this much of Hernandez Silva directly under center because it's been normally Jazz Roden and possibly Haley Young at times. But to your point, partner, Hernandez Silva has been more of an offensive gadget for the Seahawks team. So the fact that she's getting reps now under center too, and they're motioning Roden more, just goes to show you how many weapons and what the endless possibilities can happen from an offensive standpoint.
3 wide receivers to the near side, 1 up top. Roden takes the snap, looks, fires to her right, caught ball there. Chloe Griffin can't escape that one. It's going to be a short gain, about 4 or 5 yards. It's going to bring up 2nd down and goal.
Yeah, Maria Vega was not going to get fooled by any means. And again, when you have a receiver that's right there and you're squared up against that receiver, it'll be very easy to get the flagpole pretty much 9 out of 10 times. And again, Griffin, it's really tough to make a move on that outside when you're following just from a hip standpoint. But either way, you know, Griffin got them a little bit closer towards pay dirt.
2nd down and goal from about the 8-yard line. Direct snap right up top, and taken down is number 5, Brianna Hernandez Silva.
We saw a little bit of this in the NJCAA National Championship game, but when it comes to pitches, especially as you're going down with the flag, you got to be careful when you want to make that pitch out because, again, as you saw there was a pitch attempt. It only went probably 2 inches at best, but all it takes is the right heads-up defensive player to see something of that magnitude and be able to take it back the other way.
3rd and goal from the 6, Clam in motion. Takes a snap. Roden, she lofts it, and touchdown. Keiser goes to the center, Adriana Rodriguez. And that was a nice grab there on a ball that only Rodriguez was going to be able to get to.
Oh, what a snag by the center. And not very often do you see in that position players that just possession receivers that know how to grab it. Again, Roden looking towards that right side, and wow, just great heads-up possession there. Just great hand-eye coordination to see it through and not let anything else be affected by it. And that's a great way to get your first score.
Balanced gun here for Keiser until we have one come in motion. Takes a snap to Roden. Roden's looking, fires, and it's going to be tipped to the line of scrimmage. No good. That'll be a little bit of a win for St. Thomas here, but with 6:45 left in this opening quarter of play, it's going to be Keiser 6, and St. Thomas is coming up with their first possession.
And you don't think the Bobcats are going to be feeling some of the heat from their defeat to Ottawa yesterday from that second game. They're going to be looking at every possible way to try to get some offensive fire sprout going. Again, after dropping 20-6 in that contest, they want to get that offensive firepower they saw against Campbellsville yesterday.
Same look out of St. Thomas, a bit of an offensive Twins formation. It's going to be number 12, Kaylee Miller on the catch. She does move the sticks there. Not much into the next quadrant, though. We have not seen St. Thomas run a lot of the utility quarterback look, but right there kind of showed it as an option.
Well, between her, Jada Graham, you know, now Leah Cruz as well in the mix, Tyler Bryant, there is ways you can try to move this offense to find opportunities to get their best maximum exposure and touches, as well as making sure that they get good receptions to move the ball forward.
Balanced gun here. Near takes the snap. Pump fakes, fires, caught ball. That's going to be number 6 there, Tyler Bryant. Not much doing there. St. Thomas does like to use its athleticism to its advantage. A lot of underneath routes, trying to do some picks, trying to get their athletes out in space. The question is this going to work against the athletic Seahawks?
Well, from what we've seen before, and even looking back at the preliminary games, you know, even though the scores were 43-6 and 52-6 respectively against Baker and Midland, Keiser hasn't had the best lockdown defense that we've seen this season. So you find the right holes, you'll get them.
Near finds a hole right there, and it's going to be a big pass. That's going to be Kaylee Miller on the snag. Comes up just short of the line to gain, but a nice short 3rd down there. And like you said, partner, just finding the hole in the middle of the defense, Holly Neer just stood and delivered an almost perfect ball.
But the key thing to that as well is you need to bide your time and know that you're not going to have a lot of time in that room, because between Emma Wagenman, Reagan Pellegrino, and the rushing unit that the Seahawks have, you don't know what to anticipate. So you may have at best, 2-3 seconds to get the ball off?
As Neer takes the snap, looks, fires, and through the arms of the receiver. That's going to be number 24 there, Dominique Perez-Moore, trying to pick up that 1st down, and it's going to bring up a 4th down and short. What does head coach Eric Brzezinko do here? Is he going to punt or is he going to go for it on 4th and 1?
I feel like in this case you got to go for it, just knowing that it's just a yard away, and it was right there too. I mean, despite Perez Moore dropping that ball, I mean, it's unfortunate, but this is an opportunity where you may not get these kind of chances. And again, regardless of how Keiser's defense is being perceived, these kind of opportunities for St. Thomas is going to come at a premium in this game. So you want to make sure that you're taking advantage as much as you can.
Heard it said multiple times, you can't get 4th and 1. You might not deserve it. St. Thomas takes the snap, and that's going to be a caught ball right to number 1, Jada Graham.
Jada Graham in what potentially could be her final collegiate game. She has been through the thick and thin. Again, really popular player for St. Thomas, and hopefully will be the impact player that the Bobcats need.
So first and about 17 or so, Neer takes the snap, looks, fires, caught ball goes to Tyler Bryant there, and picks up a nice gain there, going to make a 2nd down and reasonable.
Yeah, Sammy Woodman again on the, or check that, Sydney Woodman on the flagpole there, just trying to keep it clean, keep it simple. Keiser just keeping everything in front, but at the same time for St. Thomas, you got to take what they give you.
I mean, if St. Thomas starts to push, that's where they're going to have issues. If they take what Keiser's giving them, this Keiser defense has not been always locked down. Have been against Thomas 2 6-0 games against the Nighthawks, but like you said, over the preliminary games, the pool play games, they haven't always as in motion as Graham. Neer takes the snap, goes back to Graham, but Graham cannot hold on.
Ooh, and that's something the Bobcats cannot afford to do with the dropsies. You got to make sure on those kind of out routes, you're already going to have the receiver beat. You got to haul in those bad boys to get the receptions, because if you start dropping them this early on, you're going to start hurting not just your team, but with St. Thomas's mentality, this is something that could eat them. So they need to start calming down, know that it's okay. You got the one drop pass, get it out of your system, but now we got to get focused, get locked back in and ready to go on the next play.
A little bit of lip reading. That's on me, says Graham. Goes back. There's another one. This time it's Dominique Perez Moore that can't hold on. And now you're talking about 4th down and 4, which obviously you're going for it from here, but it's not ideal for you.
That's a tough pill to swallow, back-to-back drops like that. I mean, again, the routes are there. They have Keiser in terms of where to find the routes to get the receptions. But again, that's basic fundamental football, whether it's flag, tackle. You got to find ways to haul it in. If you're going on the outside, whether you want to do a diamond or even have 2 pinkies to hold it in, to haul it in breadbasket style, but you got to make the catches.
Neer takes the snap on 4th down, throws it, and that is going to be knocked away again. That one was self-inflicted.
It's a real disappointing end to that drive, because there was so much potential for the Bobcats on that drive to keep it going, but now 3 straight dropped passes on that motion. That could be potentially a game changer after the St. Thomas defense has done what they could, and now you got the Keiser offense out, ready to potentially extend this lead.
Do you try to go back at Tyler Bryant after that drop?
It happens sometimes, and I think with Tyler Bryant, she's more of a possession receiver. But again, give him the first one.
I'm saying you go right back over the top of Tyler Bryant. That's going to be, a holding call on that. It's Brenner Ramirez on the catch, and that's exactly what I was saying, partner, is that drop still in the head of Tyler Bryant. I think it was on that play.
Yeah, and you have to shake it off as much as you can. Again, that quick turnaround and the defensive coverage there for St. Thomas. You got to shake it off and got to play, because you don't have time to lick wounds against the Seahawks. And again, you have double coverage on the outside. Roden, all she has to do is loft it. Again, call it miscommunication, call it whatever you will. But again, Tashumba needs time to get over towards that side. So from a corner standpoint, you got to keep up with Ramirez.
So they'll count off the holding there. Actually, it was declined, which is fair. They got more than 10 yards on that. You see Hernandez Silva now at quarterback. Roden taking the handoff. She's looking, fires, caught ball in the middle. That's going to be number 24. Right there is Kennedy Foster, And the seasoned vet isn't quite able to make her way through, but that's going to be 1st and goal for the Seahawks.
Yeah, good play. Keep it going. Keep the consistency up if you're the Seahawks. You don't want to have a big play and then respond with a drop pass. I mean, this is something where as long as you keep it consistent, you'll be in good hands.
This should be the end of the 1st quarter as there's triple zeros on the clock. There's the whistle. The clock and the ref, the timing ref, were a little bit out of sync there.
You can't afford to do that. Not in a quarterfinal matchup like this. And this isn't the first time we've seen that over the years. But just as long as you're getting everything down heading into the championship realm, it's like you got to make sure you're keeping a hold of that. And knowing head coach Eric Berzenko, if something was going to be a little bit fishy, you're going to hear about it from him.
Absolutely. So after 1 quarter of play, Keiser has an early 6-0 lead here in the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta. This is the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. We'll be back after a short break right here on the NFL Flag YouTube. And we're back now. Keiser threatening 1st down and goal from about the 10-yard line. Jasmine Roden throws it back to Hernandez Silva, who scoots through. Missed flag pulls by St. Thomas, and Keiser's found pay dirt again.
Yeah, you got to be ready to go for the play. You can't just take a play off and just allow things to happen. And speaking from personal experience, from a defensive standpoint, if you're not ready, you're going to feel that lull sometimes, or just that half effort to try to grab the flag. And again, Hernandez Silva, nice route ran, but if you're there, you got to break down and you got to be a little bit more physical when it comes to finding the flag, whether it's breaking down sooner, after. I mean, position-wise, you had Hernandez Silva, but you let her get that move for the score.
Going for 2 is Keiser Roden. Pump fakes, rolls to her right, fires, caught ball, and it is good. Goes right back to the well there. This time, it's going to be Adriana Rodriguez, the center, finds the receiver, and that's going to be a 2-point conversion there to make it 14-0. That's, at this point of the game, that's a really big conversion.
Well, to that point again, I mean, like, that's the reason why they say the rule is wherever the ball is when your flag is pulled. And again, the outstretched arms for Rodriguez and most players, you got to do that almost every single time, so that way you don't run the risk of getting pulled shy. But again, good heads up for Keiser to get themselves back on track, 14-0.
So St. Thomas will get their 2nd crack at it here. Neer takes the snap, looks, fires. Caught ball, gets the 1st down, and a little bit more. Flag is pulled right about the 21-yard line there. Hauled in by Rayana Baker.
Yeah, and if St. Thomas is going to be looking to try to be more impactful, again, get the drops out of your head. That's in the past. This is now a new drive. Make something happen out of this play. This is still a manageable contest, but you got to find a way to get a score here.
You do need to score, take out some of the momentum out of Keiser. So 1st and 19.5 here. Neer takes the snap, looks, fires, and that's going to be picked off. And that's going to be thrown back to Wagenman and housed. They, boy, that just makes a bad situation worse here. Is that a flag on the far side?
We'll see in a moment, but to that point, partner, that is a classic textbook defensive interception example. Knowing where to be in the right time, outside linebacker style, and then finding Wagenman, of all people, just wide open to take it in.
So it is good.
They may have just waved the flag if there was a potential infraction, but you look at the interception standpoint, Holly Neer trying to look for somebody, but you throw it right into 2 Seahawk defenders, and then Foster with the hips moves back to an open Wagenman who is wide open, takes it into the end zone. again, just a poor read by Near, but even a better setup standpoint for Keiser to take something out of nothing and convert it into a defensive score.
Kennedy Foster is one of the highest IQ players in this league. Roden takes the snap, and that is going to be pawed down there. That one's broken up by Maria Vega, so that's going to stop Keiser there. That's going to stem the bleeding a little bit, but with 11:03 left in this first half, Keiser's built a sizable 20-0 lead. St. Thomas has got to get something going and fast, get some momentum going in their direction.
And it's tough too, and especially as you try to come out of a 14-0 deficit, and then you have a pick six, in a matter of speaking, thrown on you. I mean, you got to get it out of your head, and Holly has to go out there and find a way to keep the drive going.
Near takes the snap, looks, throws, caught ball there, and gets through. I believe that's going to be a first down, and it is. I believe that's going to be, yes, Jada Graham on the snag. First down and 18 here to go.
Yeah, Sydney Woodman there was able to just extend her body to grab that flag off of Jada Graham. Otherwise, Graham may have found herself getting at least an extra 5-6 yards, but that's just the athleticism of the Seahawk defense.
Wagaman changes sides, empty backfield for St. Thomas, so Wagaman's got a free release there and goes into and out of the outstretched arms of Kaylee Miller. That's going to be a second down there.
Yeah, at this rate now, you look back at the preliminary games, and it was more about a strategical standpoint to make sure that you're going in there and finding the seeding and just trying to give yourself the best position for success. But again, with the way that Keiser has been this season, offense and defense, it doesn't matter if they start the knockout stages in the semifinals or the quarterfinals. They still find a way to keep it consistent. And now with this score line, it doesn't matter what the case is. They're going to make any team pay.
Near gets out of one sack. She's going to take off. She's got a lot of room here. She's going to get out of bounds at about the 36-yard line or so, third down. Near's not always a ready runner, but when she does run, she is definitely a capable runner.
She's had her moments over her career, and that point there is just the same thing. You know, Near just does what she has to do, and if she has to get the ball going and move the ball with her legs, it's you got to make plays. And if it's not getting done through the air, you got to find a way to make it done on the ground.
So 3rd and 6 here for St. Thomas, trying to convert, get into Keiser territory. In motion as Graham takes a snap, as Near looks, caught ball. That's going to be Kaylee Miller again. That's good enough for a first down, moves the sticks a couple yards into the next quadrant.
Again, good first down there for St. Thomas. You work fairly quickly. Don't rush yourself too much, but at the same time, keep that consistent pace. Make sure that you're hauling in those receptions. Don't overthink it. Just keep nickel and diming them down the field.
As we said before, take what the defense gives you here as Near takes the snap, looks flush to her right. She's going to run again, got a lot of green space. She's going to make some serious progress. And another really good rush by Holly Near. It's going to bring up like 2nd and 3 or so.
Great run again by Near, but looking back on that sequence as well, I thought for a second that Perez Moore may have potentially been called. You look at that sequence between the rush on Wagaman and Perez Moore as the blocker, and it looked like she might have potentially held up Wagaman just a tad bit. But fortunately for St. Thomas, referees didn't see it.
It goes right back to Perez Moore. Flag is pulled, and that's going to be a first down. So St. Thomas has found its way into the Keiser red zone, finally getting some rhythm, some positive momentum going their way for the Bobcats.
And so now in this situation, again, with the short pickup, you do face a 1st and long, but you got to continue nickeling and diming it if you're the Bobcats.
Four wide and a balanced gun for the Bobcats. in motion. Graham takes the snap as near. She's going to go for it all. And she is bumped as she lets the ball go. And it just falls incomplete.
I think Neer was trying to see if she could somehow pass it off as a roughing the passer penalty, and of course having some words with the head official about that, but that's just one of those incidental contact plays. I mean, there was really no egregious effort on Wagaman's end. She was trying to go for the flag, and just based off the positioning, again, you have those situations happen sometimes, but again, nothing too crazy. It was a good play. Wagaman trying to get to the ball, and now St. Thomas has to regroup.
And the Neer on the rollout right. Throws just high, but who else but Jada Graham pulls it in.
That play looked a little bit finicky at first. Again, from the rollout snap to trying to throw it back opposite direction, Jada Graham was able to capture it, you know, on her outstretched arms, because that ball was going to be overthrown. And that's just the athleticism of Jada Graham through the injuries she has battled through the course of her career to now being able to continue to be that difference maker for the Bobcats and keeping the chains moving now within 10 yards of pay dirt.
Defense calls the Keiser sideline as Neer gets the pass off and in and out of the hands of Jada Graham, and that could have been 6 if she would have hauled it in.
Once again, another big play. The routes are there, and St. Thomas is finding it, but you can't be in a situation where you're dropping these passes because, again, this is the season on the line now, and these are the kind of plays that will make or break a contest. And now on a 4th down situation, you're down 3 scores, and even though it's just a little over 5 minutes in the first half, if you don't come away with a score here, Corey, I mean, it's going to be detrimental is just putting it mildly.
Yep, and so we're going to take a timeout on the field here. Not sure whose timeout that is. I would assume it would be St. Thomas's. Shortest timeout ever, as we're back now. So here we are, 4th and goal from about the 8-yard line. Takes the snap, does Neer. Gets it off, and it is over the head of Jada Graham. And the Keiser defense stands tall.
I might be interested to see a replay on that one just to make sure that it was just good coverage instead of potentially arms or bodies being locked up. But it kind of looked as if initially Jada Graham may have been held up to some form of capacity by Ashley Clam. But you look down on that 4th play, I mean, you're looking for options, and then just looking back, the arm was there. It wasn't that her body was turned around not looking for the ball, but it was a good play. But then again, you know, depending on how an official feels, that could have been a bang-bang. It was a 50-50 call.
Roden finds, overthrows Hernandez Silva. Yeah, definitely a 50-50 play. I don't mind the no call there. Jazz has been good so far this game, and it's always an interesting thing to see is sometimes you get one Jazz Roden, sometimes you get another Jazz Roden. When you get locked in Jazz Roden, it's scary good.
But also, to be fair, from a neutrality standpoint, St. Thomas has really not added a lot of pressure on this Keiser offense so far. So everything has still been fairly consistent for the Seahawks, but they have still yet to provide that rush to make Roden scramble a little bit more. And again, it just goes to show you how well this offense is set up, because it doesn't need to be on the shoulders of Jazz Roden. You can set it up to Haley Young or Bree Hernandez Silva or Adriana Rodriguez. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Foster hauled that one in. The next play, oh, She was out of bounds. That was such good effort there by Tyler Bryan, but they said that she was out of bounds.
I like the athleticism. I like the effort there, but anytime you try to do a tiptoe right on that sideline to haul it in, I mean, it looked like she might have been in, but again, that's just a quick shot. I mean, that's tough to see or determine. Either way, that just a great effort there for the Bobcats, but fortunately for Keiser, that could have turned into disastrous, but it didn't for them, and they dodged a bullet.
So we go down to the 2-minute warning here. Keiser on 4th down and 2. And looks like they're going to play. We are
A quick 2-minute warning at that.
Yep. In motion is Hernandez Silva. Jazz gets the ball out to Kennedy Foster. Who else? The sure-handed receiver gets it and moves the sticks.
Yeah, and again, if you're Keiser, you can afford to nickel and dime the Bobcats as well down the field, just knowing how efficient the offense has been and capitalizing on big break opportunities and just scoring at will even.
So $1:43 left in this opening half. Keiser trying to move the ball, add to their already 20-0 lead. Eight on the play clock. There's 5. They don't get it off. Or, no. That was odd, but it's a long pass and, oh, through the hands of Clam. And she wishes she had that back immediately.
Not very often, actually very rarely, almost once in a blue moon, if you will, do you see the Texas native make a drop like that. I mean, a beautiful pass by Roden, but if it's in your hands and even other times, you got to focus on making sure that comes in your hands. And again, like I alluded to earlier, you have to focus on the possession. You can't think about what's ahead at that time, and that was an opportunity missed for Clam.
Roden goes back and nearly picked off now. Man, Marilee Kayon almost had her hands on it.
You got to see it through, and again, that just great stop. Unfortunately for Kayon, wishes she had that pick, but you know, just now 2 sequences of would-beens or has-beens, and now an opportunity for the Seahawks to regroup and see what they can do now with 1:41 left in the half.
1:41, 3rd down and 15 here. Two receivers either side for the Seahawks. Takes the snap is Roden. Roden flushed right, looking. Fires. Caught ball. That's going to be a 1st down easily, as there was a ton of room there as Chloe Griffin brings it in. Man, there was an absolute ton of room up there along that far sideline.
Yeah, and that's just the way that they play it sometimes, and just different options you can think of. Again, Roden rolling to her right, and as long as you find a way to just keep the ball moving, and Chloe Griffin has had that knack for doing that. And again, you just got to continue moving the ball, no issues, and move from there.
Roden gets it out, pitches it back to who else but number 24, Kennedy Foster. Foster not able to do much with it. The pass initially brought in by Brenna Ramirez.
It looked like Foster maybe looking a little gimpy at first.
Yeah, she doesn't look like she's feeling real good. Maybe turned something the wrong way when she was going with that. I just happened to glance at the clock, man. There's 45 seconds left in this half. Keiser needs to kind of hurry up here. Roden takes the snap, gets it off, caught ball, and immediately the pull there by Kayon, and that's going to have to be a timeout. Keiser's going to have to stop the clock there, and that's what they do with 32 seconds left. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 6. And Kennedy Foster just does not look good getting off the field.
I mean, that is unfortunate, to see. But then again, you're in a position where if you're Keiser, you don't have to necessarily rely on Foster to move the ball. Again, you got different options to work with. But nevertheless, you want to keep Kennedy healthy, because if you go on to win this game, you're going to have between Thomas, Ottawa, and Warner to fight through in order to get yourself a potential opportunity to get a national championship. So they're going to need Foster, and you don't want to force Kennedy to do things that she can't do. And as long as she's feeling healthy and as long as she can go, that'll be great for the Seahawks. But at that point, it's more or less a discretion piece than anything. You don't want to do anything that could hurt yourself or potentially harm the team.
Although if I know Kennedy Foster, she's going to be one of those people that coach says, you need to come out? No.
Absolutely.
3rd down and 6 here. Roden takes the snap. Looking left. Fires. Caught ball. 1st down and a little bit more as she spins around, but flag is pulled. Brenna Ramirez there on the catch, but the clock is going to start again on the roll there, and they don't waste any time, does Keiser. As Roden looks for the end zone. She's got a receiver. Touchdown, Keiser. Clam brings it in this time and makes sure she hauls it all the way in. 26-0, 14 seconds left. This is exactly, you couldn't have scripted this any better for Keiser.
And again, all it was, just calm, cool, collected, find your receivers, find your routes, and again, that 5'9" built for Ashley Clam comes in clutch and is able just routine passes, routine pieces, and that's a great way to extend the lead.
So Keiser looking to tack on the extra point. Empty backfield, 5 wide. Roden takes a snap rolling right, and she is going to be sacked. That one there, that's going to be Agent 0 for St. Thomas there. Maya Salas, the sophomore from Boynton Beach, Florida, getting in there. Roden had nowhere to go.
Yeah, but either way, though, just another score for the Seahawks and just continuing to find ways to extend their lead. And for St. Thomas, again, it's a matter of I feel like they're still in this game. It's just, again, with the drop passes, it's a real disappointment, for want of a better word, but you just got to get it out of your head as much as you can and just regroup.
They sure aren't making it any easier on themselves as Near takes the snap, looking deep, has a receiver, and it's incomplete, and, well, I would typically call that a dive.
But what effort there for Tashumba Washington,
though.
Just diving out and doing everything she could, putting a lot of effort into that kind of catch. I mean, it was a great read, open receiver. Again, they're finding the routes, but just out of her outstretched, or not even, it was in her hands, and then as she came into contact with the ground, that's when she lost the possession. But, oh, that would have been a highlight ESPN Top 10 play.
That would have been beautiful. 8 seconds left, trying to find something there. Takes a snap. Nothing there, and I think that's the smart play from Perez Moore to just let that one fall to the ground, because you catch, no, they're going to call that a sack, say that she didn't get the ball out at this point. Just eat it and go to the half, and that is precisely what they're going to do. So, with one half of this semifinal game in the books, your score at the half: Keiser 26, St. Thomas 0. We'll be back with some stats and second half action here from Atlanta for the Women's 2024 Flag Finals, sponsored by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And welcome back to the second semifinal game here in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. Let's take a look at some of the halftime stats here as we see some highlights here. Keiser has 194 yards on 23 plays. St. Thomas 100 yards on 23 plays. Through the air, Jazz Roden is 16 of 20 for 170 yards, 3 touchdowns. Her counterpart, Holly Neer, 10 of 20 for 79 yards. On the receiving side, Brenna Ramirez, Ashley Clam, Chloe Griffin, and Kennedy Foster all have 3 catches. Ramirez leads the way with 49 yards, but Clam has the touchdown, or has a touchdown snag. On the St. Thomas side, Jada Graham and Tyler Bryant each have 2 catches. Kaylee Miller 2, Rayana Baker 1. None of them have found pay dirt. On the defensive side, Samaya Bryant leads it for the Seahawks. 5 pulls, 1 pull for a loss. Tyler Bryant on the St. Thomas side, 4 pulls on the day. Partner, it's a half of missed opportunities for St. Thomas. Is there an opportunity for them to come back? Absolutely. But if you're going to do that, you are going to have to play a perfect half of flag football.
And that's usually more of a challenge because usually in flag, when you're in a certain mindset when you're playing games, I mean, like it carries into that certain period, whatever you want to call that contest. And it's not just collegiately, it's anywhere you play flag. It's the mindset that happens, and depending on how the game goes, if you're dropping passes, I mean, not very often do you have people that shake that out of their heads and just say, you know what, I need to get back in action. But with this halftime report, hopefully this will be an opportunity for the Bobcats to reassess some things, know that the routes and everything else, again, it's all working. It's just they're not able to haul it in for the catches. And that's the unfortunate piece for St. Thomas is these opportunities are there. So I'm not sure if it's as much of we got to rechange our game plan as much as it's we just need to catch the ball a whole lot better. And if they have been catching the ball, they'd be right into this contest. But between that and, of course, the Kennedy Foster interception pitch to Wagonman for the touchdown, theoretically this is still, a manageable contest for the Bobcats. But, again, in this particular case, they just need to find a way to score on their first possession, referring to the Bobcats, and defensively contain Keiser as much as you can.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, in this half of play, you're gonna have to make Keiser. You're gonna have to keep them from being successful. You're gonna have to create some 3 and outs. You're gonna have to force Keiser to punt. If you let them go on long sustained drives, it's this game will be over before you know it. These quarters just flow too quickly.
But in this particular case, I mean, the Bobcats are fortunate enough that they get the ball to start the second half. But now it's a matter of going out there and going down the field and scoring.
3 wide receivers up top. Near. Just too far out in front of the receiver there. The center, Leah Cruz, on that. That's going to bring up a 2nd down and 6. And the last thing you need right now is to have Holly Neer lose confidence and become inaccurate with the football.
I don't think that should be the case. I mean, Neer has been, with maybe an exception of a few throws here and there, I mean, it seemed like she's been fairly consistent so far, so and we got to hold up.
Looks like St. Thomas is taking an early timeout. And we'll keep it here. Yeah, I mean, the stat differential is not that much between Keiser and St. Thomas. I think you're right. It's just for the drops that you're talking about. Near would be very close to that 16 of 20 mark. that Jazz Roden has. After that short timeout, St. Thomas reemerges ready to go here. 2nd and 6. In motion is Graham. Near takes the snap, looking, thrown, caught ball. Back to Kaylee Miller, but a bit of a reach there as Miller had to go out and make that snag.
Yeah, again, when you're making snags like that, that's the first step, is you get a couple of catches under your belt, start getting consistent with it, and then you start building that confidence to do deeper routes.
Near looking, fires, caught. There's going to be a flag in the backfield on this one. Let's see who it's on. It's going to be a personal foul on Keiser. That's going to give some wiggle room here for the Bobcats.
And so that time, I imagine it's got to be maybe on Wagonman.
It's the only thing I can think of. That's about where the flag was thrown.
But again, I mean, like, that's the risk you run sometimes from the rusher position, where you have to be careful how you go after the quarterback, because whether the quarterback wants to potentially, you know, work it out, for want of a better word, to where she can feel the contact coming on the rusher when pulling the flag, that might be enough to draw the personal foul.
Motion is Miller. Snap to near high, but she corrals it. She's rolling to her left, looking. And that's going to be very close to a no gain. Actually, she gains a couple there, maybe 1 or 2 before Emil Wagenman reels her in.
And that's the piece about Wagenman, is she's so versatile as a rusher, and just from that veteran experience, it's, if she needs to beeline for a rusher, she has the capability of doing that. If she has to break off and see that her assigned player is running to the left or right, she has that adjustment capabilities of just going off to the left or right. But if you're somebody who's trying to go past Wagenman as a first line, you got to be careful.
Perez Moore gets it, and that's picked off by Keiser. And that's going back the other direction. It's gonna be Sophia Caprio on the pitch, and it's going the other way. That's gonna set Keiser up in the red zone.
Well, that's the risk you run at times if you're trying to extend the play. And like I've alluded to all day today, when you try to execute the pitch plays, you need to make sure you are still in motion instead of being completely stopped. And we got a conversation going down right now. May they have, because I do see that when St. Thomas was pitching it off, we'll see what we say here.
Illegal forward pass, which
Yeah.
I think is correct. Keiser will get the ball. They decline the penalty. I think that was correct. I do believe it was a forward pass.
Yeah, because what you'll see here is when you look at it forward, there was at least a good yard or two. And that might be, it looks like Keiser declined the penalty, of course,
Yes.
because they want to keep the ball. But still, I had a feeling that there was something there, but just wanted to make sure that it was going to be correct.
Roden finds it wide open. Kennedy Foster in the middle of the field for a touchdown. Keiser spacing again leads to points.
Yeah, and again, it's that defensive boom. It's, you get the kind of play motivations you need to fire yourself up to get the score, and just job well done by Kennedy Foster, just being open in the middle, and Keiser continuing to have that offensive strike.
Going again for one are the Seahawks. Play clock now at 10. They're still in the huddle. They need to hurry up. They hustle to the line. 2. They get it off. And it's going to airmail everyone. And averted again for St. Thomas. But with 9:06 left in this third quarter, Keiser has now built what appears to be a more and more commanding 32-0 lead.
And that's just what full force offense is all about. And again, Keiser taking advantage of any opportunity they have on offense. You got to keep it moving. You got to keep it consistent. And this is at this point for both of these teams. They're playing for their season. And if Keiser knows that their season's on the line, they're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that they have their comfortable lead. And defensively, they're going to make whatever stops they have to.
So 1st and 6 again here for the Bobcats as Neer takes the snap. Looking, rolling. She's going to have to run for it. A flag is pulled by Kennedy Foster. That's going to be a first down there. Another nice scramble there by Neer.
Whatever you have to do to make sure that you're continuing to gain those yards. I mean, whether it's on the ground or just short chunk plays. If nothing's open, take off and run the ball. And if you get yourself a first down, now you know it's maybe a first and fairly long, but you got to get back in that rhythm, got to set the tone for the Bobcats.
It's 1st and 16 here for the Bobcats. Neer takes the snap. Looks, fires, caught ball. And an immediate pull there by Samaya Bryant. Nice job on the underneath route. Second and 14, a very short gain on that one. That is the basis, though, for getting a little momentum going your ways, getting a couple catches there, and starting to get a drive put together can definitely work wonders. As Neer takes the snap. Looks, fires, has a receiver, caught ball. That's going to be Kaylee Miller there on the snag, short of the line to gain, but makes a very short third down.
Yeah, and that time for the Bobcats, just great positioning again by Miller. Going on that comeback route to gain just the yardage that the Bobcats needed, and you set yourself up for a manageable third down situation. And if you don't get it on this play, yeah, you run the risk of making it 4th down, but at the same time, it's not like you're forced to make a deep play just to move the sticks.
So 3rd and 2 here for St. Thomas. Takes the snap to Neer, gets it out and knocked away. Samaya Bryant got in there in front of Miller and gets the PBU.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, I guess, if maybe Neer thought that there was a potential for that route to be open, or if maybe she was trying to lead her receiver towards the right side or towards our near side. But Samaya Bryant was in the area, and that could have easily been another Seahawk turnover had Bryant capitalized on a potential interception.
So 4th and 2 here for the Bobcats. Neer takes the snap, looks, and that is almost picked by Samaya Bryant. Turnover on downs here for the Bobcats. Another drive where the Bobcats come up empty.
Samaya Bryant wishes she had held on to that one that time, but again, you make another stop if you're the Seahawks, and now with 5:52 and rolling, an opportunity to manage the clock even more and perhaps add a score onto it.
As the clock keeps dripping, that Keiser score looks bigger and bigger by the passing second. Haley Williams in now at quarterback with Jasmine Roden as the utility quarterback. In motion is Clam. Williams takes the snap, goes back to Roden. Roden goes downfield and it's caught there and lateral back. Nice job, Clam, on the lateral. Rodriguez, the center, on the catch.
And again, you can see Keiser slowing up their pace a little bit more now. They know that they don't necessarily have to move that offense fairly quick, but with that short pass now, that opens up the door for either a dump-off option or perhaps a 5-yard gain or a deep pass. Anything happens.
In motions Foster. Williams takes the snap, goes right on ahead to Hernandez Silva, that's Rodriguez. And that's going to be short third and one and a half, a long one for Keiser. And yeah, partner, they definitely are. They're slowing up, being more measured, making sure they take every second out of this play clock.
But at the same time, too, now it's a matter of, you see Haley Young under center now, and this is an opportunity for them to also make sure that they get themselves prepared for the semifinals and championship games.
Miller gets it off, and of course, who else? It's Kennedy Foster with a catch there. Moves the sticks. Gets into the St. Thomas red zone. 1st and 14, goal to go. Williams takes the snap. Looks, fires, caught ball by Kennedy Foster, goes right back to Adriano Rodriguez, wide open in the middle. And that's more points for the Seahawks.
You know, if there's going to be a special added piece, attribute, if you will, it's going to be the high IQ of the Keiser Seahawks. Because, again, it's just making sure that somebody is trailing behind at all times, whether it's Foster having the reception, looking for Adriano Rodriguez that we saw there, whether it's Chloe Griffin, whether it's whoever of the Seahawks. It's just knowing that you have a certain player that's in the area, and if you need to get that extra yards, knowing how open they're going to be, and be ready to pitch it off to them like second-hand nature.
Keiser going for one to try to push their lead to 39 here. Roden under center in motion is Foster, takes the snap. It's Roden, looks, fires, and picked off. Incomplete pass in the end zone. That's going to be Rayana Baker with the PBU there. And so with 3:11 left in the third quarter of this semifinal game, Keiser takes an even more commanding 38-0 lead. So St. Thomas looks to get something going near. Takes the pass. That's a caught ball. Short of the line to gain there. Bryant, the receiver there, makes it 2nd and 1. It is difficult, but St. Thomas has to make sure they stay mentally in this ball game. You never know what can happen. Seems unlikely maybe, but you never know what can happen. As Near takes the snap. Looks, fires, caught, no, into the hands of Kaylee Miller, thrown behind her. A difficult ball to haul in. She can't quite make it.
Yeah, definitely thrown behind that time, but now it's a matter of consistency on the quarterback end. Not very often today we've seen Holly Near throw just behind her receivers, but either way, just another drop on St. Thomas's stat sheet. But you're just continuing to try to find ways to move the ball and to try to regroup. Again, a short third down, but very manageable.
3rd and 1, Near takes the snap, looks, fires, finds a running back, Perez Moore. That's going to be caught there, obviously, and a first down. It's going to be 1st and 16 or so. Just a solid moving the sticks, making sure that you keep yourself out of trouble. .115 and counting as Neer takes the snap and in through the hands of the receiver. That's going to be Tashumba Washington. That moving snap there. Washington just cannot make it happen.
It's like deja vu all over again. Good pass by Neer, just out of the hands of Washington that time. But again, the look was there. And unfortunately for Washington, while she wasn't able to hand down the reception, at the same time too, that's the piece that's sort of a silver lining, if you will, looking forward to, where the plays are there. You just got to haul it in.
Second down here. In motion is Miller. Takes the snap, does Neer. Looking, fires. And thrown behind number 1 there, Jada Graham again. And just a disappointing offensive performance through 3 quarters of play thus far for St. Thomas. As we go to the 4th quarter, Keiser looks to punch their ticket to the semifinals. They've got 12 minutes to hang on to do it. It's a 38-0 lead over St. Thomas with 1 quarter remaining. We'll step aside for a half second. We'll be back with 1 more quarter of action here in Atlanta, Georgia on the 2024 Women's Flag Finals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. And we are back. 1 more quarter left to go. Keiser looking to punch their ticket at the semi-final round where they will meet Thomas. Neer takes the snap, throws, caught ball, and almost immediately the flag pull there. It's going to be Jada Graham on the snag.
Now you set yourself up for a manageable 4th down situation. Gain a couple of yards, keep the sticks moving, and just have a quick, consistent pace to your offensive step.
Just need some positive momentum here just to make yourself feel okay going into the offseason. It's Neer overthrows her receiver, Graham, and, well, that's going to be a turnover on downs for St. Thomas, and Keiser's going to get another turn up to bat here to try to extend this 38-0 lead.
Well, now we see a little bit more of a change of pace. Now we'll see who comes out for the Keiser offense. And it looks like it'll be Haley Young under center, and then they'll have Jazz Roden switched off as the dump-off man.
I will say yesterday, Keiser started substituting rather late in the game, where the lead was really rather large. Young takes the snap, gets it off, caught ball by Clam, and the flag is pulled and the flag is thrown there for holding.
Yeah, the other key thing is, regardless of the situation, you got to keep your composure here. You don't want to do anything that's going to cost your team any further, and make sure at the end of the day it doesn't result in more infractions post-game.
Partner, you were looking at it. This might be the most number of points that St. Thomas has given up in their program history. As Young takes a snap, goes back to Roden. Roden fires, caught ball there. Kennedy Foster on the snag.
Yeah, to your point, I think 37 might have been the most or somewhere either into the mid to low 30s coming into this game was the most they allowed. But again, when you use the dump off thrower to just continue to move the ball forward, I mean, that is such a critical weapon piece to have versus throwing it back towards your body. And right now, Keiser is just taking its time and just finding open pockets in the Bobcat defense to gain those receptions.
And you know that Bobcat defense has been on the field for forever today. They have got to be exhausted. Young, looking over the field, takes the snap, goes back to Roden. Roden goes back to Young. Young looks, goes back to Roden. Roden looks, goes back to Young.
But now that it's one flag, she just needed to have been touched. But either way, it's going to be a touchdown. Ashley Clam in the right place, and I think she has a trio of scores.
It's been a good day for Ashley Clam, and that play extends the lead.
Yeah, just, again, that's the back and forth. It looked like, beg your pardon, thought she had her flag pulled earlier, but it looked like Haley Young still had both flags on her hips when she made that throw. Thought the St. Thomas rusher at that time got to one of the flags.
So Roden under center tries to extend the lead to 45-0. Looks, fires, and tipped away by St. Thomas. And so 9:21 left in this ballgame. Keiser has built up a hefty 44-0 lead.
So now another St. Thomas offensive drive upcoming, Keiser defense. And it truly is just going to be a matter now of what are we going to do to finish strong for what it's worth with 9:21 left to go in the game.
Senior quarterback Holly Neer takes the snap, fires, caught ball, flag pulled almost immediately there. Nice job there by the Keiser defensive back. I think that's Sarah Villarreal.
Yeah, to see Villarreal right now getting some reps, just like when we were looking at the other games, that you start seeing the reserve players coming out after a decisive score line. You know, now is the matter of making sure that you finish off strong with your current roster, but also looking at reps for the reserve players just to get some championship action and gaining that experience with these NAIA games.
Graham in motion. Neer takes the snap. Looks, rolls right. And that one, Graham just can't dig it out of the dirt. A lot of good bit of seniors on the St. Thomas roster, whether it's a Neer, as I said before, and Quincy Jones is a senior. Kamika Calixte is a senior. Mayerly Kayon, the linebacker. Tyler Bryant, Maria Vega, and of course Jada Graham, all seniors. We'll see if any of them have any eligibility left next year, but it's a healthy core here for St. Thomas that they're going to have to replace.
And I believe all with the exception of Maria Vega, all of them have spent 4 of their years at St. Thomas.
Nice set of moves here by Dominique Perez. Moore gets the first down and a whole lot more. Just hips her way down the field in a huge gain for St. Thomas, especially considering anything else that's gone for their offense.
Sometimes that's all you need is just, again, that kind of motivation, just that momentum, if you will, to keep the chains moving. And, you know, with just under 7.5 minutes left to go, you know, you're not thinking about too much at this point. You're just wanting to make sure you can keep the ball moving consistently. St. Thomas still has a chance to get some points on the board.
And Neer takes off and tries to get the first down. Let's see, and no, she's just short. That's going to be 2nd down and inches here. Half a yard for Neer. Another good rush from the senior. So, second down and a half a yard here. Near takes the snap, looking, fires, caught ball there. It's going to be Tyler Bryant who goes down the sideline. Buck Kennedy Foster stops the advance. There gets the flag pulled at about the 22-yard line. So another first down for St. Thomas, who's putting together a little bit of offensive momentum.
Yeah, and had it not been for that pull by Foster, Tyler Bryant may have found nobody in her path straight to the end zone. But again, regardless, good chunk pickup by Bryant, first and manageable to get across the 20. And again, if you can get a score here, that'll initiate some pride.
Near takes the snap, looking, dances left, but it's going to be Wagaman who finally gets the flag pulled there on Holly Near. That is going to be a first down. Near gets across the 20 there before Wagaman's able to get the flag off of her belt.
Yeah, it definitely helps for St. Thomas now that they're working with a new set of downs. But as the clock continues to roll, you know, for St. Thomas, don't think clock is going to be that much of an issue at this point. Again, it's just making sure you're taking your time and you have an opportunity to score on the Seahawk defense.
Yeah, you'd hate to stare at that 0 for all the offseason. Near takes the snap, first and 19, fires up the ladder, caught ball. There's a flag on the play near the quarterback position here. Wonder if it's something on the rush. Roughing the passer. Looks like that's going to be called on Reagan Pellegrino.
So that'll be an added benefit for St. Thomas. At this point, believe it should be half the distance.
Yep, as he's walking back now to see how many steps back he needs to go. Remain first down here. 4:52 left in this ball game and counting as St. Thomas tries to find pay dirt and put a little positive spin on the end of their season. Near takes the snap, looks, fires, caught ball through the middle. Kennedy Foster stops him short. That's going to be Tashumba Washington, who's going to come up just shy of the goal line, and it's going to be second and a half a yard. Nice job. That's a good pull.
Good pull, but again, just for Washington to find a way to cut through and still with an outstretched arm, still try to make an effort to get across the end zone. You know, now setting up St. Thomas in really good position on second and goal.
Near takes the snap, looks, fires, can't climb the ladder intended for Miller. She can't go up and get it. So third down now. I believe here.
But now it looks like we're starting to see Keiser's reserves getting some good quality experience, especially in red zone defense. One name that I saw out there was Hannah Jays, the freshman from Austin, Texas, getting some of those reps.
It's definitely good experience. I mean, you don't want to be intimidated. If someone were to go down, God forbid, you want to have played here already. Near. Nope. Direct snap touchdown. Dominique Perez-Moore wipes the 0 off the scoreboard for St. Thomas, and they find 6 with 3:33 left in this ball game.
Yeah, that's got to be a good moment for them. Again, anything they can do to try to get the score, and the direct snap proved just that. Perez-Moore getting her first NAIA NFL women's flag finals touchdown. I mean, great job by her to just find that open spot from a direct snap.
Near takes the snap, throws. That's going to be out of bounds. A little letter just a bit too far. So with 3:33 left in this ball game, St. Thomas has put a number up on the scoreboard. 44-6 might make you feel a little better until the start of next season. A little bit more than 44-0 anyway.
And that'll ultimately depend on this next drive and seeing who comes out, because there's always enough time to make a stop here and maybe even get back on the offensive end and get one more touchdown. Especially now as you look at it, Corey, and you see it looks like new players under center.
Haley Williams still took the snap, but that's the lefty there for Keiser. And that goes through the hands of Adriana Rodriguez. We see Faith Burden out there. Marissa Rubino's out there. Melina Trinidad is out there.
But you also look at Haley Young as well, and the question you have to think about following the 2024 season is Haley Young the next in line to be under center?
She's been playing it for a few years now. They're going to call. Yes, okay, so Valentina Finetti lost a flag, and so the next time that she touched the ball,
the play was automatically dead.
Was ruled dead at that point. It's one of a handful of new rule changes coming in over the last couple of years here as we approach the 2-minute warning. Something to definitely keep in mind.
And all the more reason, too, it's something that you don't necessarily think about as a first checklist point for housekeeping items, but that's why you want to make sure for your flags that they're secured tightly enough to where it's just a pop-off and not loosely falling off either. Not to say that that was the case in this particular piece, but it can happen occasionally.
So 3rd down here. Young takes the snap, gets it off to Rodriguez. Rodriguez back. And back again, and there's some open space here.
Yeah, it didn't look like Trinidad got the ball off in time, although had she did, Ramirez was wide open on that left side, probably could have seen at least a good chunk of yards, if not the end zone.
And so we're going to see the first Keiser punt today. .90 seconds and counting left. Testament to how good Keiser's offense has been today. And taken by Washington. Washington looking for someone. No one there. She gains a few more yards going backwards. So with 60 seconds left, St. Thomas has an opportunity to score again. They're on the 26-yard line. 63 seconds.
Yeah, and even to that punt return by Washington, that's why from a coaching standpoint, they tell you to keep going and don't stop until you hear the whistle, because you could essentially, by thinking that your flag has been pulled and you don't hear the whistle, that the play is automatically dead, and as a result, you could cost yourself an opportunity to just scamper free and get to the end zone.
Takes the snap, and that is a caught ball. Couple yards there. Kaylee Miller on the grab.
And again, as we're now in the final minute of the contest, seeing players like Holly Neer, Jada Graham, and the contributions they've had for St. Thomas, I know we're definitely going to miss them.
And part of a great inaugural class for the St. Thomas team, who has been instrumental in every single one of these tournaments, as Neer throws it, gets a caught ball there. Snagged by Leah Cruz, the center. That's going to be A first down there, going to be first and goal. 26 seconds, 17 yards to go to pay dirt. Let's see if they can get to double digits. Snap to Near. Near looks. Finds a receiver. Gets around. That's going to stay in bounds here. So that's going to be at the 11. And I think that's going to be all she wrote for this ball game. So Keiser punches their ticket to the semifinals. A rematch with rival Thomas for a chance to go to the biggest stage. St. Thomas will go home with a good season under their belts and regroup and look to take another whack at it in 2025. The final from this one, Keiser 44, St. Thomas 6. We'll see y'all back bright and early tomorrow morning for a pair of semifinal matchups right here on the NFL Flag YouTube channel. We'll have the call as we get ready tomorrow to crown a champion. Who will it be? There's only 4 remaining teams. We'll see. You'll find out with us tomorrow. Thanks for watching the 2024 Women's Flag Finals quarterfinals presented by NFL Flag, the Atlanta Falcons, and RCX Sports. Until tomorrow, have a pleasant evening.